PlayStation's PS5 debut arguably made the biggest splash last summer, and not just because the PS5 is a very large machine. In a surprisingly short turnaround, we went from only knowing the new console's name in January to seeing the debut of the PS5 in a June showcase, where Sony revealed the console, the controller, and a slew of upcoming PS5 games, some of which, like Pragmata and Project Athia, aka Forspoken, being years away. Sony highlighted a host of impressive newly announced exclusives in the showcase, like Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales and Horizon Forbidden West, as well as intriguing indies like Kena Bridge of Spirits, Stray, and of course, Bugsnax. But the showcase signaled a pop of news rather than a continuous flow. Thankfully, a second showcase in September addressed most of our remaining questions. We got a launch date November 12th and price $499 US and $399 US for the digital version, confirmation of that digital-only version of the system, and the first indication of what games we'd all be playing at launch, plus some teases of more games to come. The showcase allowed us all to start piecing together the PS5's launch, that is, until pre-order chaos immediately ensued, and in a rare public apology, Sony said it would be more transparent about pre-orders going forward. Regardless, it was a bit of a mess of a rollout, and the PS5 remains difficult to get to this day, despite the next-gen console outselling the PS4 in the same launch period, with 7.8 million consoles sold as of March 31st, 2021. In fact, the PS5 became the fastest-selling console in North America in its first 24 hours and in its first month. Demand certainly still outweighs supply, and while that's been a problem for players hoping to secure a system, it's definitely a much better problem for Sony to have than the alternative. While Sony's sales success has been a common discussion point since the PS5's debut, so too has a litany of different technical issues. Among the most prominent were a download queue bug that required players to reset their console as a workaround, a prominent rest mode bug that would prevent players from launching out of rest mode, and the rise of controller stick drift, which resulted in a class action lawsuit being filed against Sony earlier this year. Sony has released several patches to address some of its most prominent bugs, and most notably, players can now finally download PS5 games to external USB storage devices. They can't be played off of there, of course, but while dealing with the PS5's relatively paltry internal storage and the increasing size of games, it's a boon to those with data caps. Compatibility with M.2 drives to allow for expandable storage is still a major feature players are waiting for, but the latest update at least shows Sony is making progress forward. PlayStation's approach to backward compatibility, on the other hand, seems to be remaining the same for now. The PS5 supports PS4 and PSVR games, save for a very small list, but nothing released earlier than that. The topic continues to be one of heated discussion thanks to Xbox multiple past generations supported, and it was thrown into particularly sharp relief when Sony announced in March that the PS3 and Vita PSN stores would be closing. The company quickly reversed the decision after public outcry, but for now there's no way for PS5 players to access their library from that generation, nor the two PlayStations before it. Meanwhile, PlayStation Plus has regularly offered 3 games since the PS5's debut, and included a new PS5 game almost every month. Along with the bonus for PS5 owners of the PS Plus collection, it's been a decent start to Plus's next-gen life, but it's unclear if more may be in store. Meanwhile, PlayStation Now is supported on the system, but PS5 games have yet to be added to the service, which only recently started allowing for game streaming in 1080p. For better or worse, it's largely been business as usual for Sony on the services front, but given how early we are in the generation and how important services have been to Xbox, it's certainly possible things could change drastically from here. Sony may be expanding its reach in other ways though. Sony has made a minority investment in Epic Games, which demonstrated the power of Unreal Engine 5 via a game demo running on PS5. In partnership with RTS, it purchased the EVO Fighting Game Championship series to make further inroads into the competitive gaming space. And it announced a partnership with Discord to integrate the messaging and communication app with the PlayStation experience. PlayStation has also made big moves in the film and TV space. PlayStation Productions has announced a slew of projects, including a Last of Us HBO series and a Ghost of Tsushima movie, with more to be revealed. And PlayStation reaffirmed its commitment to PSVR with the announcement of a next-gen VR headset to come, and we've already gotten a look at its new controllers. PlayStation, working in the larger realm of what Sony can offer, is expanding in altogether different ways than Xbox is. Which vision ultimately proves more successful is impossible to call right now, but it's clear that even when PlayStation's worldwide studios may go quiet for a time, the rest of Sony surely does not.
In their place came new life.
Whereas Xbox has gone on an acquiring spree in recent years, Sony has focused on partnerships. Those include publishing agreements like the one with Jade Raymond's new team Haven Studios, as well as Firewalk Studios, whose first game PlayStation will publish exclusively. Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo, two Bethesda-published games, will be console launch exclusives on PS5, despite the Xbox acquisition of Bethesda, which was made subsequently, while other console exclusives like the already released Bugsnax and upcoming games like Forspoken, and maybe Final Fantasy XVI, and many more, have all been touted heavily by PlayStation. Sony enlisted frequent collaborator Bluepoint Games to make a beautiful, acclaimed remake of Demon's Souls, while also partnering with studios like Sumo Digital to bring players Sackboy: A Big Adventure at launch. Most recently, Housemarque's Returnal offered a great showcase for the power and features of the PS5. Of course, when talking about PlayStation, it's the worldwide studio collection of teams that understandably get the spotlight. Big, first-party exclusives have become a defining part of PlayStation's identity, and that looks to remain the same in the PS5 generation. The very first PS5 showcase, after all, promised just that. The reveal of Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Gran Turismo 7, and Horizon Forbidden West were easily some of the biggest surprises of the show, while the September 2020 showcase confirmed a God of War 2018 sequel in the works. And MLB The Show is likely to become bigger than ever and further solidify San Diego Studios' place among the stable. Starting with the recently released MLB The Show 21, the Sony series can now appear on other consoles, and notably released on Xbox Game Pass this year. These games are ultimately very much a deciding factor in what consoles players may choose to get, and Sony has been reiterating that some of the best games around can only be found on PlayStation. There's certainly some worry about what we'll see from Sony Studios after a report outlined a number of shifting projects, allegedly the decision to not move forward with a Days Gone 2, and the shifting of a potential Last of Us remake from a brand new Sony studio to Naughty Dog among them, as well as recent disheartening news for Sony's more experimental inclinations, as Studio Japan has been restructured to focus just around Team Asobi. But that's not to say there isn't hope in the ambitious sequels to come, or surprises in the future. A lot has already happened in the short span that we've known about the PS5 and just how difficult it would be to fit alongside our TVs. Okay, that's the last size joke, I swear. From wider Sony partnerships to PlayStation doubling down on the franchises that became its biggest selling points over the last few years, the short-term life of the PS5 is quite the exciting one. But even with everything we've seen released and announced so far, we've still got a lot to learn. For more on everything in the world of PlayStation, be sure to check out IGN's weekly PlayStation show, Podcast Beyond, for the latest news, analysis, and strange goofs. And for everything else in the world of the PS5, you're already in the right place, IGN.
Far Cry's been around since 2004, but the success of the series as we know it today is largely owed to 2012's Far Cry 3, and its sequels have continued to be a mainstay franchise for Ubisoft ever since. There have been plenty of ups and downs with the series over the years, both on-screen and behind the scenes, and to that end, before we jump into the latest entry with Far Cry 6, here are 11 things you probably didn't know about Far Cry. We'll start with an easy one. The first Far Cry game was actually a PC exclusive developed by Crytek. Their big thing was Crysis, and more recently the horror-themed battle royale Hunt Showdown, about an ex-Special Forces soldier getting duped into stopping a mad scientist from turning all of humanity into an army of mutant monkey men. Even before that, though, Far Cry began its life as a not-so-simple tech demo called Exile: Dinosaur Island, which was shown off at E3 '99 as basically a last-ditch effort by Crytek's founder for them to make it as a studio. What started as a measly 15-minute demo at the end of the show gained enough curious passers-by to become a 2-hour demo, and ended with Crytek becoming Nvidia's newest partner for pack-in benchmark software, and as such synonymous with cutting-edge graphics. There's a reason that Can It Run Crysis became a meme. Ubisoft bought the rights to Far Cry in 2006 and immediately put out a combo port/reboot. Is that a port boot? Report? on the original Xbox called Far Cry Instincts, which was a reimagining of the PC game but with an even sci-fi-ier bend. Like, you get full-on super strength and heat vision and stuff. Also, a lot of the openness of its levels had to be pared down for the jump to console. It spawned a couple of sequels and additional ports, but they weren't that great. The Far Cry 2 team, however, leveraged the tepid response to Ubi's initial Far Cry follow-ups to experiment with new mechanics and systems. The narrative director straight up said that they were able to take more risks on the project because expectations for the franchise were so low. Abandoning the mutants and super soldiers of the original games in favor of realism and player agency, Far Cry 2 laid the groundwork for the core pillars of what the franchise has become. Some of those innovations were already years in the making. The ability to smoothly transition out of stealth and into a firefight, for example, or to have NPC buddies rescue you from the jaws of death largely stemmed from its creative director's frustration with forcing a game over screen on players if they were spotted during certain levels of the original Splinter Cell. While all its ambitious ideas mostly came together in the end, though, the Far Cry 2 development team ran into some major hurdles, to the point where testers had only been able to successfully complete the game a single time until a week before the first master disc was ready. While many of the technical wrinkles that were evident in Far Cry 2 were smoothed out for Far Cry 3, the final version that was released in December of 2012 was a very different game from what was originally envisioned. Instead of the lush tropical setting of Rook Island, Far Cry 3 players were initially going to battle pirates in an abandoned resort, complete with a golf course and dilapidated amusement park rides. However, by 2010, most of the original developers had left the project and a new team pivoted towards the jungle island we're all familiar with. Even its villain, Voss, who went on to be such a popular character that charismatic villains became a hallmark of the series, was originally just a big muscly bad guy stereotype named Bull. Another iteration saw him as an arsonist named Pyro, who was a bit closer to the final version portrayed by Michael Mondo, but covered in burn scars. Ultimately, the writers felt that Pyro was a bit too gimmicky and that Mondo's performance was strong enough to carry the character on its own, and they definitely weren't wrong. One performance we didn't get to see in 3 was from Elias Toufexis, the voice actor who played Adam Jensen in the most recent Deus Ex games, who was originally supposed to star as your character Jason Brody. Yep, that's right, the smug frat boy trust fund kid was originally going to sound like this.
I never asked for this.
It's fairly common knowledge that Power Glove, the Australian synthwave duo who created the soundtrack for my personal favorite Far Cry game Blood Dragon, also did the music for the 2011 Splatterfest Hobo with a Shotgun. But what you probably don't know is that there was originally going to be a crossover between the two. Unused audio files discovered in the PC release revealed that Rex Colt's arch nemesis, Colonel Sloan, had a pair of cyber henchmen called Rip and Grinder, aka the Plague from Hobo with a Shotgun. It might not have come together in the end, but you can still hear echoes of their theme during a late-game combat sequence. Far Cry 4 was almost a direct sequel to 3. Well, okay, almost might be a bit of a stretch. According to Far Cry 4's executive producer, there was about a week during early pre-production where the development team considered continuing Jason Brody's story on Rook Island and maybe even bringing Voss back from the dead. But apparently that all went out the window once somebody said they wanted to ride an elephant. A South American or Russian setting were also in the running before the team finally settled in the fictional Himalayan country of Karat. While a lot of Far Cry Primal can't be called historically accurate, I mean, sure, humans may have domesticated wolves way back when, but bears and saber-toothed tigers seem unlikely. But some of it got pretty close, particularly in its approach to dialogue. Characters in Primal speak a version of what's known as the Proto-Indo-European language, and the development team brought in scholars who've spent their lives studying it to create 3 varied dialects of it so they'd get the sound of our prehistoric ancestors just right. Of course, no one's actually heard that language in some 20,000 years, but if the eggheads say that's what Mega Great Uncle Thag sounded like, I'll take their word for it. Far Cry 5 pulls a lot of inspiration from real locations in Montana and the northwestern US, but you might be surprised, as I was, to learn that the giant statue of Joseph Seed in the middle of the map wasn't just a weird fictional monument to the main bad guy's own hubris. Well, okay, it is that, but also it's based on a real thing, which feels wild. It's inspired by Our Lady of the Rockies, which is a 90-foot tall statue of the Christian Mary that sits on a chunk of mountain in Butte, Montana. And those are 11 things you can now say you know about Far Cry. Man, part of me still wonders what Adam Jensen Brody would have sounded like, but it's probably for the best that we'll never know. For more on Far Cry's latest outing though, check out an interview with its developers on bringing an urban setting into the mix for Far Cry 6, or our recent hands-on gameplay impressions. For everything else, you're already in the right place here at IGN.
The 2021 revision of the Nintendo Switch comes with an OLED screen, and it's a looker. That alone makes this $350 hybrid gaming console the obvious choice for anybody who doesn't already have one. But despite all the things this hardware refresh does right, the unchanged internal specs and lack of significant improvements to the dock have left me ambivalent anytime I plug it in and play on a TV. And the relatively slim list of upgrades for those of us who already own a Switch also has me wondering why some of these design revisions weren't rolled out with the 2019 model. The Nintendo Switch OLED model features a larger 7-inch 720p OLED display, making it slightly bigger than the base Switch's 6.2-inch screen. But, thanks to the smaller bezels, it's nearly the same physical dimensions as the previous Switch, just 3mm longer. The Switch OLED also beefs up the built-in storage, doubling it from the tiny 32GB to a still pretty small 64GB. Don't lose your SD cards! But the crown jewel of the Switch OLED is, of course, the quality of the display itself. It's a significant upgrade compared to the original Switch and vastly improves playing in handheld mode. As disappointed as I was to hear that Nintendo decided to keep a 720p resolution in handheld mode for this revision, it's still a major step up in not only how good games look, but where it looks good while playing. No longer must we seek out dark corners to play in, or shield the screen while playing in the back seat of a car or on a plane. While not as bright as, say, the display on my iPhone 13 Pro when at maximum brightness, I can now more comfortably bring my Switch outside with me and play a few hours while kicking back on my hammock. The display hits a sweet spot that makes it more of an incentive to take this console with me wherever I go, making the Switch feel more mobile than ever and living up to the Play Anywhere promise. One catch is that, due to the extra 3mm in length, some of your original Switch's accessories may have compatibility issues. While any Joy-Cons will fit the Switch OLED, some controller grips, third-party docks or mounts, and cases may not fit. Spending roughly a week with the Switch OLED primarily in handheld mode, I could easily tell that the screen didn't just make games brighter, but also more vibrant. At peak brightness, the OLED really pulls me into the action, with tracks like Rainbow Road and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe looking a lot richer and more vivid. By comparison, when playing on the original Switch, the same course looked colorful, but dim, even when disabling auto brightness and turning it to max manually. The Switch OLED also adds an exclusive new feature in the settings menu called Console Screen Colors that increases the level of brightness and color saturation, particularly in lighter colors. Obviously, that's hard to show on video, but take my word for it, it's noticeable. It's a good thing you can toggle it off though, because it makes some games look oversaturated. Unfortunately, console screen colors only impact the Switch OLED when playing in handheld or tabletop mode, so even if you're playing docked on an OLED TV, it won't work for you. Outside of the display, my favorite improvement to the Switch OLED is easily the new kickstand. Taking some cues from Microsoft's Surface Pro line, the Switch OLED's kickstand is a lot firmer and more flexible, offering more angles at which you can set the Switch up without risking it falling flat if you bump the table. And I'm not constantly worried I'll break it. Though most of the improvements for the Switch OLED are on the handheld side of things, there are some minor changes for those who prefer playing the Switch on a TV, including a revised dock. It includes a bit more space than the original, which will hopefully avoid the issues the original docking station had with scratching the Switch's display. The downside is there's a little bit of wobbling when the Switch is connected. The revised Switch dock still has 2 USB ports on the left side, but the back now includes a detachable backplate and a bigger outline for cables than the old dock. More importantly, it ditches the third USB port in favor of a LAN port, which saves you the trouble of buying a $30 adapter if you want to vastly improve your online stability and download speeds. After playing with it for a week, I found that the Nintendo Switch OLED model's brighter, more vibrant, and slightly larger screen has motivated me to take it out of dock mode much more often, and not just when I'm traveling. The revised kickstand makes it a lot easier to play on any flat surface, and the Ethernet-enabled dock makes downloads quicker. Those are enough revisions to make it an easy recommendation for anyone who doesn't own a Switch already. And though the Switch OLED model is absolutely the best way to play in handheld mode, the upgrade is a tougher pill to swallow for current Switch and even Switch Lite owners due to the lack of improved graphical power. For more Nintendo, check out our reviews of Metroid Dread and WarioWare Get It Together, and for everything else, keep it here at IGN.
The history of racing games dates back all the way to the earliest origins of video games. Years before the first ever Space Invader began its steady descent to Earth, there were rudimentary racing games appearing in arcades and on the earliest home video game consoles. There aren't many genres that can chart their histories back this far. From Daytona to Drive Club, we've always been able to rely on racing games to squeeze every ounce of performance from any given platform. Racing games are constantly resetting the boundaries of what's possible, and the genre has been doing it for decades. Forza Horizon 5 has many folks floored by its show-stopping visuals and genre-leading open-world racing, but it's unlikely fans will be shocked the Forza teams have again raised the bar here. At this point, it's standard operating procedure. Microsoft's Forza series emerged in the mid-2000s as a crosstown rival to Sony's own Gran Turismo, a record-breaking series itself and one of the most influential and important races ever made. After more than 15 years and 4 console generations, however, Forza has gone on to cement itself as one of the most dependable, successful, and consistently acclaimed racing series ever. This is the story of how the Forza series has championed the power of Xbox over 4 generations. Developer Turn 10 was established way back in 2001 as Microsoft's in-house racing game studio. Xbox owners already had the much adored but more arcade-oriented Project Gotham Racing series from British racing specialists Bizarre Creations, but Microsoft needed another racer. A simulation-style racing game with a vaguely Italian-inspired name that could go door-handle to door-handle with Sony's best-selling Gran Turismo. You need to remember, while shooters and action games dominate sales charts today, at the turn of the century, the original PlayStation was heading off into the sunset with the original Gran Turismo locked in as the highest-selling game ever released on the console, and Gran Turismo 3 had just arrived on the new PlayStation 2, a game that would go on to shift over 14 million copies and would only ever be surpassed by GTA San Andreas at the very tip of the all-time PS2 sales charts. Back in 2004, in the wake of the announcement of the original Forza Motorsport, Microsoft was making no secrets about both its respect for Gran Turismo and its desire to both target it and beat it. Microsoft wanted some motoring muscle it could call its own. It would get it thanks to Turn 10. In the early days of Turn 10, the studio boasted just 24 staff, though this would later grow by around 40 as the team wrestled to complete its hugely ambitious debut project. After a couple of slight delays, the original Forza Motorsport was released in May 2005.
Forza Motorsport. You are what you race.
Arriving to universal acclaim, Forza Motorsport achieved what Microsoft had intended, inviting immediate and favourable comparisons to Gran Turismo. In fact, in some areas, it was already eclipsing it. Forza Motorsport couldn't match the raw number of cars available in 2004's Gran Turismo 4, but it had arrived with some big-shot boutique brands that were noticeably absent from Sony's series, including Ferrari, Porsche, and Koenigsegg. And it did feature the first iteration of Forza's now famous livery editor and a dynamic racing line to help beginner drivers understand both the demands of the tracks and the limits of whatever car they were in. Unlike GT, Forza Motorsport's cars also featured full damage modelling, accumulating realistic battle scars as they tussled on track and suffering mechanical damage that would affect car performance. Even the tracks themselves took abuse for that matter. Hefty scrapes and shunts would leave telltale streaks of paint on concrete walls, evidence of either an over-ambitious corner exit or a bit of hip and shoulder action on a nasty overtake. Racing against the AI was a more robust experience in the original Forza than GT4 too. While in Gran Turismo, opponents still felt more like slot cars steadfastly locked to a groove, Forza Motorsport's AI opponents behaved far more authentically. In fact, the original Forza Motorsport is home to the first iteration of Forza's learning AI, dubbed Drivatar, which would track your skills and improve as a driver as you did. The original Forza Motorsport's true ace in the hole, however, was its online multiplayer. Online play had initially been announced for Gran Turismo 4, but a few months before its December 2004 release date, Sony confirmed it would not feature. Aware of the growing importance of online multiplayer from its experience with PGR and Rally Sport Challenge, Forza Motorsport featured 8-player online racing. Online racing has been central to the Forza experience since day one. Arriving late in the Xbox's lifespan, it would appear Forza Motorsport had mustered just about every bit of performance from the original Xbox that it could, establishing many of the series' core pillars in the process. Its next home would be the Xbox 360, which would launch later the same year, but Forza's debut on the Xbox 360 wouldn't come until May 2007. Forza Motorsport 2 pumped up the frame rate to a far silkier 60 frames per second, with the extra power afforded by Microsoft's new hardware. Perhaps more impressive, however, was the way Forza Motorsport 2 harnessed the power of Xbox 360 players, as opposed to simply the box itself. Introducing an online auction house to the series, Forza Motorsport 2 allowed players to not only sell unwanted cars to one another for in-game credits, they could also use the improved livery editor to create incredible race car replicas, wild works of art, and everything in between, and then share them with other players. User-generated content remains an absolutely key component of the Forza franchise to this day. Forza Motorsport 2 also set the blueprint for the series' now extensive post-release support, with several batches of new cars coming to the game following its arrival. While Forza cars take multiple people many months each to complete, new cars are always being finalised because the Forza team is always building them. Subsequently, all Forza games since have been supported with post-release DLC. This most recently crescendoed with Forza Horizon 4, which was supported initially with a variety of paid DLC, then a steady supply of free cars every week for 3 years. Forza Motorsport 3, which arrived in 2009, introduced new elements that would wring even more performance out of the Xbox 360. Despite ballooning to 2 discs to compensate for its ever-expanding garage, which now included prestige manufacturers like Bugatti and a variety of new racing cars, Forza Motorsport 3 introduced cabin views for every car in the game. It also introduced a rewind function. This concept had admittedly previously appeared in Codemasters' Race Driver Grid in 2008, but there's no doubt the rewind has since become a highly recognisable component of Forza's commitment to accessibility. Forza Motorsport 3 enjoyed a warm reception and was supported for many months with additional content to keep players busy behind the wheel. But Turn 10 wasn't done squeezing every last drop of oomph from the console. The third and final Forza Motorsport installment for the lengthy Xbox 360 generation landed in October 2011 with Forza Motorsport 4.
A place that celebrates speed, grit, gears, and fun. And it's all here for you to explore.
Forza Motorsport 4 brought with it a significantly improved level of visual quality, thanks to an excellent new image-based lighting model. This meant each car was authentically lit by the environments themselves, which meant the cars looked wonderfully seated within the tracks and the other locations they could be placed in. It was all still running at 60 frames per second too, which at this stage was definitely pushing the aging Xbox 360 to its limits. Of course, back in 2011, Microsoft was still pressing full steam ahead on Kinect, the ill-fated motion-sensing camera that's since been relegated to the technology boneyard to waste away alongside the fax machine, the overhead projector, and a whole bunch of Blackberries. While the Kinect quickly became a fertile breeding ground for forgettable, family-friendly flotsam and spectacularly weird uses of Harrison Ford's likeness, Forza Motorsport 4 actually featured one of the best ever uses of the doomed device. No, we're not talking about the ability to drive your cars by sticking both fists out in front of you and wrestling an invisible steering wheel, we're talking about the subtle use of head tracking. Via Kinect, Forza Motorsport 4 allowed players to check their mirrors, look through apexes, and look ahead while maintaining sick drift angles with exceedingly minor head movements, and it worked extremely well. Looking back, it was actually an early taste of the same kind of immersion that playing racing games in VR offers today, and in 2D it definitely has a GoPro-like quality to it that resembles captured VR footage. Back in the early era of Kinect, it was confirmed that the device operated using just a single-digit percentage of the Xbox 360 CPU, but it remains impressive that Turn 10 was able to find the headroom for it, alongside what was the best-looking Forza game to date, and one that still ran at an always unwavering 60 frames per second. While head tracking would ultimately be a short-lived feature in the Forza series, Forza Motorsport 4 did introduce some big new features that remain a part of the franchise today. Forza Vista debuted in Forza Motorsport 4, although it was called Auto Vista for its first iteration. Forza Motorsport 4's Auto Vista was limited to a handful of the game's most exotic and iconic cars, but it was an exceedingly effective showcase of the stunning level of detail that Turn 10 was beginning to capture in its vehicles. Doors could be opened, engine bays inspected, and even the smallest details on screws, stickers, and stereos were represented. Auto Vista would later become Forza Vista, and it would be expanded to every car in the game, but it shouldn't be forgotten that it was first achieved on a console that was released when there were still only 2 Fast and Furious movies, and only one of them had Vin Diesel in it.
What are you smiling about?
But the folks at Forza weren't done with the Xbox 360 yet, and their next move would change the Forza franchise forever. The original Forza Horizon arrived on Xbox 360 in late October 2012, but the story of the game starts a little over 2 years before that, when Forza franchise creative director Dan Greenawalt challenged the team at the then freshly established UK studio Playground Games to come back with a new direction they could take the Forza brand in for a proposed sister series to Forza Motorsport. Playground's answer was the original Forza Horizon, a racing game that took Forza Motorsport's deep ode to global car culture and its very recognisable look and feel, and then set it all loose in a beautiful open-world driving paradise, all hinged around a heaving music and motoring celebration, the Horizon Festival, which would pitch its first tent in the Colorado countryside. Forza Horizon was an immediate success, and it instantly reset the bar for the open-world racing genre, a sector it has reigned supreme over ever since. Considering the depth of driving talent that had accumulated at Playground Games, it really shouldn't have come as a surprise to anyone. Founded by Codemasters veterans, Playground Games was packed with developers from all corners of the UK's famously rich racing game scene, including Bizarre Creations, Rockstar North, Criterion, Reflections, Evolution, Juice Games, Supersonic Software, Slightly Mad, BlackRock, and Eutechnics. Playground Games was a literal supergroup of some of the UK's finest racing game creators. It may have been a brand new studio working on its first title, but combined with the support of Forza Motorsport custodians Turn 10, experience was not something it lacked. Turn 10's technology also gave Playground an incredible springboard to build upon, which resulted in a number of firsts. Locking the frame rate to 30 but ensuring it never ever dropped or fluctuated meant Playground Games could emulate the always smooth look of the Forza franchise, but afforded it the headroom to add a dynamic time of day cycle, bringing night racing into the equation. With that, Playground needed to add functioning driving lights and illuminated dials for cabin view, and some of the cars even required special things like pop-up headlamps, which resulted in some of the most authentic and convincing car models to date. Forza Horizon was also our first taste of Forza-flavoured off-road racing, which the Playground team later doubled down on in the first Forza Horizon expansion, Horizon Rally. But while Horizon was conquering a genre, the Forza series as a whole would find itself with a new horizon to conquer of its own. It was big, it was black, and it survived on Matrix flak. With the arrival of the Xbox One in 2013, it was entirely a given that the Forza series would migrate to it. In this case, however, Forza made a home for itself on the new Xbox One straight away, as Forza Motorsport 5 was a launch game for the fresh machine. The immediate debut of the series had some side effects, in an almost identical fashion to Gran Turismo's leap from PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2, where GT3 arrived with less than a third of GT2's 650 cars. Forza Motorsport 5 came with around 200 cars, compared to just over 650 for Forza Motorsport 4. It also had fewer tracks. It was, however, a big technical leap and a pretty fabulous first glimpse at what would be possible for the Forza franchise throughout the Xbox One generation. Forza Motorsport 5 kicked the resolution up to 1080p while maintaining 60 frames per second. New lighting techniques were employed to bring never-before-seen levels of authenticity to the various surface types and materials in cars. Setting a new precedent, every car in Forza Motorsport 5 could be closely inspected from any angle in Forza Vista mode, not just the select bunch. There may have been fewer cars here than in Forza Motorsport 4, but Forza Motorsport 5 was a total reset in the level of detail the Forza series would now feature in every car going forward. Exploring every inch revealed the cars were modelled down to every lead, light and manufacturer label. The Xbox One's new haptic triggers were also brought into the equation, with the additional feedback becoming a new way for controller users to feel subtle changes in grip under acceleration and braking. Forza Motorsport 5 even engaged the cloud to fuel the next iteration of its Drivatar vision. While Forza's Drivatar concept had begun life as a learning AI with various parameters to be filled as you perfected your own driving style, in Forza Motorsport 5, it exploded into a system that would track and analyse the racing styles of every player, learning the lines they preferred, the tricks they tried, and the risks they took. Drivatar opponents would sometimes take unconventional lines into corners and were often happy to go several cars wide into bends that regular computer AI would have putted around in a polite convoy. It had its kinks, but it was still an intriguing alternative to the more pedestrian and predictable AI we were more accustomed to at the time. Forza Horizon 2 arrived in 2014, establishing a Forza Motorsport Forza Horizon 2-year cadence that would continue up until the arrival of Forza Horizon 4. Forza Horizon 2 was the Xbox One debut for the highly popular spin-off series, although a similar but separate version of the game had also been developed for Xbox 360, courtesy of fellow UK studio Sumo Digital. Horizon 2 traded the US for Europe, switching out Colorado for a region encompassing the south of France and parts of northern Italy. Beginning with the image-based lighting system and physically modelled materials of Forza Motorsport 5, Playground's challenge was to finesse these into its dynamic world and make them work at any time of day and in any atmospheric or weather condition. Playground was not only able to introduce dynamic weather and rain to the Forza series for the first time, but also every single light in a scene was dynamic, meaning the way headlights sliced through the unlit country streets to the way lights reflected and rolled over the bodywork of cars was next level at the time. Horizon 2 also featured a major change to its brand of racing, tearing down the barriers that had largely stopped players from heading off-road in the original. This meant we could tear through fields, fences, and forests at will, and it opened up a new dimension of driving. However, it also boasted a major shift to the way it handled multiplayer, employing a seriously impressive system for seamlessly transitioning players online and offline without skipping a beat. Unlike the original Horizon, which treated solo play and online multiplayer as two bespoke modes, in Horizon 2 you could instantly switch between one and the other at any time in any part of the world. No lobbies, no loading, just straight in. One moment you'd be cruising in single player, and with the push of a button, you'd be transitioned from solo mode to online play. In the space of this sentence, the current weather conditions and traffic would be seamlessly synced with an online session in progress. Happily, Horizon 2's weather effects and night racing would jump to Forza Motorsport 6, which launched in 2015. Time of day lighting and rain wasn't dynamic in Forza Motorsport 6, and it couldn't quite match the incredible droplet behaviour of the rain in Sony's Drive Club, but the fidelity here was still quite staggering at the time, especially since in this case it was all achieved with 24 cars on track and at an unbending 60 frames per second. Forza Motorsport 6 also added 3D puddles of standing water to tracks during torrid conditions, and the drag of the water made for a new and challenging driving experience. With more tracks returning, rebuilt for the Xbox One, and double the garage of Forza Motorsport 5, things continued looking up for the flagship Motorsport series. But the next cab off the rank was Forza Horizon 3, where things were heading down. Down under, that is. Forza Horizon 3 sent the Horizon Festival to Australia and resulted in an award-winning open-world racer that absolutely blew away expectations. Searching for new ways to augment the game with unprecedented levels of visual authenticity, Playground created a custom 12K resolution camera rig it would use to take thousands of high-res images of the Australian sky, capturing complete 24-hour logs of life under an Australian summer. Applied to the game, it simply cannot be understated just how brilliant the end product looked. And not simply because the sky is more or less half of the frame at any given moment anyway, but because of how profoundly it affected everything else. With the sky as the game's key source of light, everything below it looked better than ever. It may have required members of the Playground team to spend a worrying amount of time isolated in the Australian bush fending off a cavalcade of creatures keen to kill them, but the payoff was extraordinary. Forza Horizon 3 was also built using HDR support for the arrival of the Xbox One S, and it was later updated with native 4K support following the launch of the even more potent Xbox One X. The Xbox One X was released in late 2017, shortly after the arrival of Forza Motorsport 7. Crammed with enough cars to fill a dozen museums and the most generous selection of tracks to date in the series, Forza Motorsport 7 would prove to be a top-notch Xbox One swan song for the main series, as we now await the Xbox Series X and S rebuild that Turn 10 is currently hard at work on. Forza Motorsport 7, though, was a true technical tour de force. On Xbox One X, it was a native 4K 60 frames per second racing game that delivered an experience previously limited to high-end PCs. But even on the standard Xbox One, Turn 10 still crafted a wonderful looking 1080p 60 frames per second stunner that never skipped a beat, regardless of the rain effects or how many other racers you were sharing the screen with. Where could the Forza crew go from here? Not that far really, at least in terms of Playground games. It set its next Horizon game on its own doorstep. Jokes aside, Forza Horizon 4 is a bona fide blockbuster that's still wowing players to this day. With Xbox One X as the team's lead platform, the amount of visual and performance improvements they were able to wring out of the console was extensive. Lighting, reflections and shadows were bumped up across the board, and the dynamic shadows at night are particularly snazzy. Forza Horizon 4's biggest drawcard, however, is its constantly shifting seasons, which basically meant stuffing 4 worlds into the game as opposed to just one, from a green and lush sun-kissed Britain to one partially buried under a sparkling blanket of snow. Forza Horizon 4 on Xbox One also features a 60 frames per second performance mode that pegs back the resolution to 1080p, but still retains a lot of the settings from the 4K quality mode. A 2020 update for Series X and S would bring more improvements, most notably with the drastically slashed loading times afforded by the SSD storage. What can the Forza teams do with Forza Horizon 5 with the series consoles as lead platform this time? Well, we've already seen it in action, and the results are typically amazing. Check out IGN's Forza Horizon 5 review for more details and our verdict, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Your family's home has been invaded. Your closest surviving relative and mentor killed in the strike. And you've been left for dead by the very enemy tormenting your land. You are Jin Sakai, and to fend off these invaders, you must adapt to new ways. His realization, coming after Jin has been left broken and battered, is a moment of rebirth. This is the beginning of Ghost of Tsushima. It introduces the painful tragedies that follow Jin throughout Ghost, the thrills of the stylish combat and intriguing open world we are yet to fully explore, and the call to revenge which serves as Jin's driving force. And it's all elegantly wrapped up in a single moment. A title card presented as the music swells, players take the reins, and Jin bursts out into an open field. It's incredibly impactful and has been lauded by players as such, but the title card scene around the streaming world almost didn't happen, were it not for some critique from a PlayStation executive outside the Sucker Punch team that ignited that spark of creativity to build this beautiful scene. To find out how this sequence came to be, IGN spoke to members of the Sucker Punch team and that PlayStation executive about its origins, the intention behind it, and the incredible reaction to it they've seen since Ghost of Tsushima launched. This is Art of the Level. The origins of Ghost of Tsushima's title card sequence are actually quite easy to trace. But like with any story, and particularly a story within a game so fascinated with the ways we tell stories, there are plenty of sides to it. No matter who's telling this story though, they always come back to one key moment and one important piece of feedback spurred by the first public demonstration of Ghost gameplay in 2018.
That story starts with that E3 2018 moment where, when Jin jumps on that horse and rides through the meadow and the wind is blowing and the foliage is flowing everywhere and you felt like you could reach out and touch it. I think that was a special moment for me personally, and I know it was just looking around in the crowd as we were watching that trailer. It was a special moment for a lot of people.
And at one point, we had a build that was played, and Scott Rohde had played the build, as well as some of the other product development team members.
They played the build, and we were going to do a few days of meetings and things like that. And it was like one of those things, like as the meeting is breaking up, and Scott's sitting there, and I was teasing him because I'm positive about this because it had happened in the wake of E3. He's sitting there wearing counterfeit Ghost merch. And it's he's wearing a shirt that somebody had made inspired by the E3 demo.
He started going off about this, watching the E3 experience for him, and how that E3 experience got him excited about playing a game about a samurai. That was like the first time he just really was like, oh man, like I see this, I get this.
So we'd been working pretty hard on an introductory sequence to the game that would kind of teach you what we needed to know. And at some point you got onto a horse and you could ride it across this field for a little bit. But then some Mongols would come upon you and you had to get off and hide.
And Scott's sitting there in his red shirt, all proud of himself. And Scott's very careful about giving negative feedback. But, kind of as the meeting winds down, he's like, I got to say, though, at the moment, I got my horse, it was like you gave me something that I had to go do. And what I wanted was I wanted that E3 demo where you rode down this hill and it like gave me a sense of adventure and the music and
the story kind of forced the fact that I had to get off the horse. And that was something that I had been building up towards because of that trailer and the promise of that. So it was just a disappointing moment.
And we had effectively pulled the rug out from underneath him. That moment that he had expected wasn't there, and it was a huge bummer for him.
He's very animated, and it was infectious. Like, we immediately understood what he was saying. You could see why what he was saying was right, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is such a big opportunity. Like, how did we not think of this immediately?
And that was my simple feedback, was when I jumped on that horse, I wanted to experience the promise of what was teased in that trailer, and it wasn't there. And I think just a light bulb went off, and then the team worked their magic and was able to pull off what to me is one of the most special moments I've ever experienced in a game.
And afterwards, I remember, sort of talking with Jason. He's like, oh, dude, I got it. And you could see he's already sort of like, gone where he needs to go creatively.
Thankfully, Jason Connell had this fantastic idea of how to kind of recreate that E3 feeling with a release to open world moment.
All the other feedback was great, but it sort of kind of went to the sides for me. And I was like, wow, that person had a transformative feeling about something he saw, and our game didn't deliver. And that's super important because we don't have a lot of assets out there to the public, right? So if he's feeling this way, then certainly somebody else might be feeling that way.
Connell wasn't actually disheartened by Rohde's feedback. He took inspiration from it and quickly transformed the criticism into a moment that would resemble the title card sequence in the final game. A moment he somewhat stumbled upon by accident, but would encapsulate the whole of Ghost of Tsushima's tone. As Cannell himself put it, he didn't see the feedback as a problem, but rather an opportunity to address some lingering, related questions the team had been working to answer.
We were already having some conversations, myself and Nate, about, man, where's our like open world moment? We feel like we're just like kind of like casually saying, okay, now you're there. You know, it wasn't really, hey, welcome to the rest of the game. And you know, the game at that point we knew had two sides to it. It had that super Golden Path story, and it had that wide, you know, adventures, the spirit of adventure exploration side of it that we really cherished. And so at some point you're going to spend a lot of time in the open world, and we didn't have that moment. Within like 2 days, I think the idea had already started shaping up. At least for me. I mean, I may have been by even the end of that day. I you know, this is the kind of person I am. I hear a problem, and I personally think I can't think about anything else until that problem is solved. And this one it didn't feel like a problem. It felt like an opportunity. I guess that's a better way to see it.
Prior to this meeting, Sucker Punch hadn't created a proper title sequence, but Cannell did have thoughts about what form it might take. They had been inspired by prestige TV show openings and had begun to play with the idea of something akin to The Crown's title sequence, but with the forging of a sword.
And so that was kind of our ambition. It was like, oh, we should put one of these in here. It's really classy. It's kind of an interesting way that maybe we could potentially outsource this to to some firm to give us like a shortcut to some tonally great feeling about what it is to become a samurai, or whatever that might be.
Cannell said these thoughts never really extended beyond the ideation phase. No outside firm was contracted to actually craft a pre-made title sequence. And after Rhodey's comments, he began to see how such a sequence might work with what they already had.
We had a placeholder spot for it, and we even had a placeholder in there. It was, just kind of some kind of rip-o-matic of some version of what we might want. But in the end, that was not something else came up in its place. This other thing beautifully kind of came up that I don't think we planned it to be that way, but that's the best part of game development, is that you think you want to have something, and then that actually ends up being just a fine idea, and something else better might take its place if you keep your ears and your hearts open to it.
Cannell took Rhodey's now infamous criticism to heart and plotted how best to bring that E3 gameplay sequence's sense of wonder to Ghost's opening. And a title sequence answered a number of interesting design questions the team still had.
It was sort of about 5 things all in one. It was like, okay, I want to make sure Scott has that feeling, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. And to me, it was like, okay, maybe we can encapsulate that into our welcome to the open world. And we have this title sequence thing that we haven't done. What if we did the title sequence actually here? We definitely had specific goals that we already needed to accomplish, and some of those were and were not working. So maybe we could accomplish fixing some of those problems in this moment.
He found a location that would be a good starting point. It was near the first missions in the game, but it was also stunningly beautiful.
It was called Golden Lake. It's a beautiful spot. It was still kind of in visual development, but I knew that it was going to be a really pretty location because of the effort we were putting there. So I took a bunch of videos on my dev kit of, in different time of days and different kind of lighting scenarios. But mostly I was looking for like composition and sort of timing. And I was playing that track of music. And so I'd do all these videos, and then I would put it in like something like After Effects or Premiere. And I'd put that track of music on, and I would try to time it.
Cannell eventually arrived on the pass that would cement the title card sequence almost by accident. The example he would ultimately screen to the rest of the team to showcase the potential for this moment happened unscripted, as he rode his horse around the open world. Breaking through the tree line, a systemic group of enemies was nearby. When Jin encounters foes like this, Ghost flashes white to raise the player's awareness. But here, it happened just as he came out of the brush, making the moment feel bigger, more grand than he anticipated. Of course, players don't instantly run into a group of Mongol enemies in the finished version, but the confluence of this moment instilled the idea in Cannell's head. This could be it.
So I put it all in After Effects, I put the track of music on it, I kind of muted the systemic kind of sound of enemies coming nearby, and I just let the music swell. And put the logo and, put that on, and I just sent it to a couple people on our team.
There was, naturally, work to be done to achieve its final form, especially with an idea that came so late into the production of Ghost of Tsushima.
So those teams get to it, and it changes from a good idea into something that I can only describe as magic. Where the first time I watched it after that, I remember feeling chills, and you're like, oh my god, what has happened? This is so amazing.
The timing and momentum of Ghost of Tsushima's title card sequence may have been a bit of a happy accident, but Connell and the wider Sucker Punch team worked to make sure everything about it in the finished product reflected the intensity of Connell's early pass. One of the key decisions was what time of day the scene would be set during. Ghost's day-night cycle includes a number of beautiful options, but as Jin and his horse break out from the tree line and into a field of white-tipped grass, the sky is cloudy. That decision was made purposefully.
Where we go with a kind of a brooding, lightly stormy cloud, but there's this break of bright light kind of washing across the grass, almost like there's like hope on the horizon, that it's not just cloudy, but it's not a beautiful day, that this is going to be a sunny journey. Like, it's got a mix, there's some darkness looming, but there's also hope and there's a little bit of light.
Paramount to the entire sequence working as well is the score, which would come to be known as Jin's theme, but at the time was simply a pull from much of the in-progress music being produced for the wider game. It wasn't necessarily recorded specifically for the sequence, but it had all the elements needed to deliver the impact Rhodey had missed and Connell was building.
So that track was not really used anywhere in the game yet. We'd actually just gotten it really recently from one of our composers, from Ilan Ushkeri. And when we heard it, it was just instantly iconic, right? It just had that nice, like you said, that slow build up, that massive crescendo, that just beautiful main melody. And that's what we were looking for all the music really in Ghost, is just evocative, emotional, memorable.
The track is essential to that sequence success. And with the musical tone set, the next step was to edit it so the crescendo of the track lines up with Jin's burst into the field.
As we kept playing around with the timing of that, we had to re-edit the music multiple times. Our music team had to kind of just change it a little bit, because if that crescendo did not hit exactly as Jin was coming out of the forest and into the field, it just lost that kind of those chills that we were getting, and kind of what made it that big moment was just that perfect timing of the build-up and then the release kind of hitting with that main melody.
And even for players who realize they are in control at this moment, no matter how they direct the horse, the moment can't actually be ruined.
The horse is actually on a rail at that point, so the player can move, but the timing is still fairly kind of rigid with when they're actually going to reach that crescendo spot.
A few of the things that happen while you burst out of the woods out into that field of pampas grass, there is a very human connection as Jin leans down to feel the tops of the grass. Something we've all done, and so it's fairly easy to relate, and it puts you in that mode because everybody feels on their hand the memory of those tips of grass. Also, there are a lot of murmuring starlings, those big flocks of birds that move around, and so the sky is alive with life.
The world is alive around Jin, brimming with potential, points of interest to visit, mysteries to uncover, characters to meet. And this moment has to instantly convey all of that. In the distance, you see a temple. On the right, there's a Mongol stronghold. Over to the left, you can see a river brimming with activity.
It's very packed with things to discover, and suddenly you're a bit, taken in by just how much choice there is. And that's all on purpose.
But building this sequence to encapsulate the promise of the larger Ghost of Tsushima experience didn't stop at fine-tuning the title card moment itself. As Nate Fox described it, there was actually some pretty major surgery required as a result of this sequence becoming a centerpiece of the opening.
We actually cut a massive section of gameplay off of that, and then moved it in later as a mission. Eagle-eyed players will no doubt have put it together, but when you're released to the open world, the mission start that's nearest to you happens to be Yuna, who is the person you were just with. And when you talk to her, she says, let me take you to where they're holding my brother. And she takes you on a horse ride back north to exactly where you just were with her when you separated from her.
The simple act of moving that mission after players are introduced to the open world makes it one of several choices the player can make, rather than another moment along a more authored series of quests. That mission is also when Jin stabs someone in the back, breaking his code and taking his first steps toward becoming the Ghost.
And I couldn't be happier. I think the exchange was totally worth it. By moving that mission out, we got more time to let that feeling of transformation on Jin kind of sink in with the player. And I think even more importantly, it let players have the freedom that they wanted earlier. And, you can't put a price tag on that.
We really want to make it clear that that part of this is over. Like, you are done with the linear sequence. Now, have at it. And we worked hard to try and shorten the amount of time it took to get there, because we felt like, hey, we've got to get players here. They will be patient with us in linear training, onboarding content, but not forever. And so you have to keep trimming them back and streamlining those moments to get players to this point. And this was, like I said, the capstone of the first hour. And it was something we really focused hard on, was how to get that to happen between 35 and 55 minutes into the play experience for a really wide swath of players.
Ensuring Ghost of Tsushima's prologue propels players to that title card sequence is also a decision that has paid off in spades. Over a year after its launch, new players are constantly caught off guard, with some being brought to tears, as Jin makes his triumphant breakthrough into Sucker Punch's meticulously crafted 12th century Japan.
Are you kidding, dude? Are you kidding?
After speaking with the developers about how this magic moment came to be, it's clear there's no singular element that brings the moment to such evocative life, but rather it's the confluence of every discipline within Sucker Punch coming together to create it. And it would undoubtedly not have existed without Scott Rohde's bit of criticism.
It's uncommon but not unusual is that we will get feedback like this. They're always very careful about trying to help us make the best version of the game that's our vision. But along that journey, they will inevitably give you a pearl or two, and I'm happy that we get to share this kind of a story, because I think it reflects a very healthy working relationship.
I think it's a really good example of how, when you're making a video game, you might think you have a plan, but the plan is completely subject to what actually ends up feeling good, feeling right. On paper, things might be very logical, but it doesn't matter. You have to actually experience it and be really honest about how you're feeling while playing it. And so hats off to Scott Rohde for just saying, this is how I'm feeling right now.
Rohde kindly downplayed his influence on the moment, giving due credit to the team who took his feedback and ran with it.
I think just a light bulb went off, and then the team worked their magic and was able to pull off what, to me, is one of the most special moments I've ever experienced in a game.
I can't overstate that somebody having an emotion is step one, but really big props to Jason Connell for making the big leap of saying, here's how we can get that emotion. That's just straight up artistry right there. That little inspiration moment, that's the kind of thing that they don't happen all the time. And so when they do occur, you want to protect it and make it kind of go from a spark into a fire.
And for Connell, that spark was an opportunity to not only evoke the emotions Rohde's reactions spoke to, but also to create solutions to numerous lingering questions. And, in the end, it created a moment that encapsulated Jin's and players' journeys through the world of Ghost of Tsushima.
You gotta have good pacing. You gotta have moments where you're just like, ooh and ah, and then you gotta have moments where you're really into the combat. And then you gotta have moments where you step back and go, oh my god, that was amazing. And we just didn't really have anything that stepped back a little bit and just said, hey, take a breather and think about this big saga that you're now hopefully invested in. And so that, to me, felt like the biggest reason to do it is like, hey, let's underline this and put an exclamation mark at the end and say, take a breath. You're on a big adventure now.
I really hope you enjoyed our deep dive on Ghost of Tsushima. Be sure to check out our other Art of the Levels, and please leave a comment on what game you'd like to see us cover next.
With the Nintendo Switch OLED now available, we thought now's a great time for us to take a look at some of the best Switch accessories for you to purchase. Now, all of these accessories run the gamut in pricing, but all are very affordable no matter your budget. Now, we all know just how great the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller is, which is honestly one of my go-to accessories for the Switch. But you know what? Let's take a look at some of the third-party accessories on the market. The HyperX Charge Play Clutch, the Genki Shadowcast, the M Classic, and the HyperDrive 60-watt Switch dock. Now, what are their functions and what makes them the best Switch accessory for you to have right now? Well, we'll be answering all of these questions today. IGN's Budget to Best starts right now. And if you're looking for a streaming setup that takes up little space and you can take on the go, the Genki Shadowcast is the perfect accessory for your Switch. Now at $50, the Genki Shadowcast plugs directly into your Switch dock's HDMI slot to give you a video feed with a single USB-C cable plugged directly into a laptop or desktop so that you can capture your gameplay footage. Now you can easily stream out your gameplay footage via OBS or a similar streaming software. Now this also allows you to simply use your computer's monitor for gameplay. Now the maximum output resolution for the Shadowcast is 1080p at 30 frames per second, so keep that in mind. Up next, we have the HyperX Charge Play Clutch coming in at $60. Now the cool thing about the HyperX Charge Play Clutch is that not only does it give you more juice in the battery department, but it also gives you a firmer grip on the Switch. Now you slide your Switch into the Charge Play Clutch, keeping your handheld console charged and extending your overall gameplay time to about 5 hours. Now there's a USB-C port in the back, so you can stand both the Charge Play Clutch upwards with your Switch in tow while you let the handheld console charge idly. Now aesthetically, I'd say this is cooler than the Switch's charging dock, as your Switch is on full-on display right here. You can see it, look at it, it's beautiful. Now what's also cool about this device is you can connect the two grips together and use it with the Joy-Cons as an alternative to the official Joy-Con Comfort Grip that allows them to function as a single controller. It's a really smart and portable device worth every penny. The M Classic is a tiny add-on graphics processor perfect for upscaling your Switch gameplay. Now for $100, the M Classic gives you 3 toggleable modes of operation. Processing on for upscaling gameplay with anti-aliasing for a sharper picture, retro mode, which optimizes older console games, including 4:3 aspect ratio, and processing off for those games that may not benefit from the M Classic's graphics processing, giving you a pass-through signal. The M Classic gives you the ability to upscale 720p and 1080p gameplay up to a maximum of 1440p, all done with no noticeable input lag. Now, to the untrained eye, the gameplay footage might not look too different, but if you look closer, you might notice that once jagged outlines of characters are slightly smoother, colors pop a bit more with deeper hues. Now, I saw a noticeable difference while playing Breath of the Wild. The colors were a lot more vibrant, and the backgrounds and environments were more detailed. The M Classic is definitely capable of sharpening up that picture, and it's a very noticeable quality difference if you're gaming on a big screen television. Now, while the Nintendo Switch is ultra portable, the dock it comes with is a bit much to carry around. The HyperDrive 60-watt Switch dock solves that issue with its compact design. Now, coming to you at $100, it has the connectors to wire up your Switch over USB-C. Now, with this, you can get a video signal out through its HDMI connection, similar to the Switch dock, all while simultaneously charging your Switch. Now, you get an additional USB-A port and a second USB-C port for powering or charging other peripherals. Also worth noting, if you pair the Genki Shadowcast with the HyperDrive 60-watt Switch dock, you have the ultimate portable streaming setup that'll save you space and excess wiring. So there you have it, the HyperX Charge Plate Clutch, the Genki Shadowcast, the M Classic, and the HyperDrive 60-watt switch dock. Now, if you already own any of these, what's your experience been like with them? Are there any accessories you currently own that have made gaming on the go easier for you on the Switch? We'd love to hear your recommendations, any that you might have. Comment down below and let's discuss. Thanks for watching IGN's Budget to Best. And for more tech-related recommendations, keep watching IGN.
Metroid Dread first turned up as a rumor in 2005. It even got a name drop in a terminal in Metroid Prime 3. In many ways, the Metroid Dread of 2021 feels like that 2D-ish Metroid game we should have gotten 16 years ago when the Metroid series was, please forgive me here, in its prime. It's not often that we get to say this about a game that finally emerges from development purgatory, but the wait has been worth it. The epic delay allows Metroid Dread to use the Switch's power to greatly improve upon what could have been accomplished on previous systems, and makes the supposed conclusion to Metroid's mainline story a grand finale. Everything works in handheld form, but you really have to dock the system to get the full experience. Playing on a big HD screen reveals sprawling alien scenes and diorama-like backgrounds, lit by the dynamic glow of Samus's arsenal and projectiles. Also, thanks to the Switch, the action never seems to drop a frame. That's important since combat is lightning fast and it just keeps getting faster with each power-up, which in turn is great because it reduces the backtracking time as you blast through fodder and later lets you make incredibly short work of once powerful enemies. It reminds me that one issue I had with Samus Returns on 3DS was the cramped controls hindering the new twitchy combat. Here on the Switch, it's much more comfortable and more fun. The counter system from Samus Returns, which requires careful timing to react to visual cues from enemies foreshadowing their attacks, is just one of many moves including dashes, feints, dodges, and timed charge attacks that make up your arsenal. It's a lot of buttons, and the Pro Controller is really your best option. If I had to beat a boss, I docked every time. On that note, these are some of the best boss fights I've ever played in any action platformer. They seemed impossible at first, but post-victory, I felt like they'd made me a better player. The EMMI or EMMI encounters are less what you'd think of as boss fights and more akin to stealth missions, and sometimes a manic race to the finish line if you were spotted. Regions of the map are essentially one-hit kill zones, which makes another new to Metroid feature of Dread, which happens just outside these zones, extremely welcome. One aspect of boss fights that I'm not too keen on, however, is the use of counters as QuickTime events. In some fights, it seems like shooting a boss hardly matters while you dodge and await the next move you can counter. I would like to be able to use my 200-some stock of missiles to just destroy a boss the old-fashioned way. Isn't that why I'm collecting all those missile expansions in the first place? Speaking of collectibles, the many ways missile tanks and other upgrades are hidden is exquisite in Metroid Dread. There are some truly inscrutable puzzles that left me thinking about solutions even between play sessions, and going for a 100% run is a great way to experience the intricate way this world is put together. If you aren't a completionist, you can choose to shoot through Metroid Dread in a shorter burst. According to the game log, I spent 11 hours on my first run, reaching 82% completion. But that figure clearly excludes pause screens, which you might spend a lot of time on because the map itself has been overhauled, and sometimes studying it is the only clue you'll have for your next step. I suspect many will turn to a strategy guide for this, since Metroid Dread does little to direct you to your next objective. But I like this change, as a general opponent of hand-holdy waypoints, and especially in a game that emphasizes probing every block. The map, and really the world itself, isn't static. It goes through some pretty interesting changes, increasing the strength of enemies and altering access to areas. I won't spoil the late game tricks for you, but while they aren't Castlevania Symphony of the Night's Upside Down Castle, they are quite cool. I'm not sure I needed another length of game added onto the end of this one anyway. Dread gets the pacing right, ramping up the speed at which you get new tools and access new map areas to something of a fever pitch. It's up to you to pick a point, take a breath, and backtrack if you'd like. Otherwise, you can power through to the end, though I would not recommend it. Nintendo has touted Dread as the final chapter of at least one Metroid storyline, and whatever you're thinking that means, It's crazier! Despite the twistier elements of the plot, there's one series peak moment when Samus does something completely unexpected. It's subtle, and I can't wait for fans to experience it. That subtlety extends to much of the story as well. There isn't a lot to it. A bounty hunter, a bunch of innocent but very hungry aliens, and of course a new reason for how you lost all your great weapons and equipment. I found it refreshing that, whereas games like Other M went way too far in building out the world of Metroid and ended up with some pretty awkward results, Dread shuts that world out, focuses on hunting and being hunted. The sparse story and setting that runs you through subterranean oceans, jungles, laboratories, and ruins is a much better match for that classic Metroid feel. Metroid Dread gets so much right after so many years that I'm almost resentful that we didn't get the same game and a few sequels starting back in 2005. But instead, I'm incredibly happy to play a Metroid that is back at the top of its game. Even though it's the latest in a decades-old series, Dread has just enough clever innovation to balance its familiarity. The universally recognizable mix of tough puzzles, tougher boss fights, ever-evolving exploration options, and intricate level design that recent games like Hollow Knight and Ori get so right has an origin point. It's Metroid. I love those games, but the Metroid team, a mix of old and new developers now, have shown that they know how to do it best. For more from Nintendo, check out our reviews of the Switch OLED model and WarioWare. Get it together. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Halo Infinite marks the franchise's long-awaited return 6 years after Halo 5 Guardians. With the promise of both a fresh new direction for the franchise, as well as a payoff to the stories being told in past games, Master Chief's story is about to see its next major shift in Infinite. But if you haven't been paying attention to the Halo universe outside of the mainline games, you might have some questions about what's happening in Infinite's story. Well, we're here to help wipe the dust off your visor and give you a clear look at how the major players from across the galaxy factor into Halo Infinite's story. There's no better place to start in catching up to Halo Infinite than to understand the story of Halo 5's main antagonist, Cortana. Following her solemn goodbye to Master Chief in Halo 4, Cortana shockingly returned in Halo 5 as an adversary, as perhaps Chief's greatest challenge. But how did she end up this way? At the start of Halo 4, we learn Cortana has been in operation for almost 8 years.
AIs deteriorate after 7, Chief.
In Halo, there are two types of artificial intelligences. The first are generally referred to as dumb AI, programs created through traditional programming methods. Extremely capable at their designated tasks, dumb AI aren't capable of creative thinking or personal growth. However, dumb AI can operate for decades, possibly longer, with proper maintenance. These are AIs like the Superintendent from Halo 3 ODST, Auntie Dot from Halo Reach,
This exceeds expectations.
or the personal AIs coming to Halo Infinite. The other type of AI in Halo is smart AI, like Halo Wars 1's Serena, Halo Wars 2's Isabel, and of course, Cortana. Smart AIs are created using deep scans of human brains to create a blueprint of sorts for the new AI, destroying the brain in the process. As a result, smart AIs will often retain residual memories from their donors. A smart AI can think creatively, find new solutions, absorb and process significant data, and alter decisions based on that information. Most of all, just like humans, smart AIs are capable of leaps of logic from incomplete information. But another side effect of their creation is a limited lifespan, so as they grow and accumulate data, their AI matrix will become too dense with neural connections, eventually running out of room completely. When this happens, a smart AI will attempt to sever some of its neural links, allowing more space for new ones. This manifests as glitchy behavior and emotional outbursts, which only worsen over time. Eventually, the AI will sever the wrong link, or the neural linkages will grow too dense, resulting in the AI's death. To prevent the worst effects of AI deterioration, or rampancy as it's called, smart AIs are typically shut down after 7 years. Throughout Halo 4, players can see signs of Cortana's deterioration as she becomes more and more unstable while fighting to still help Master Chief. At Halo 4's conclusion, Cortana splits off fragments of herself, rampant personality spikes, to overload systems on the Didact ship and give Master Chief the shot he needs to save the Earth from the Forerunner General. Ultimately a success,
It appeared at the time to have cost Cortana her life. A part of her would remain, however, as an emergency slipspace jump by the Didact ship brought the rampant fragments of Cortana to Genesis, a Forerunner shield world and gateway to the Domain, which is a galaxy-spanning network once used by the Forerunners. Within the Domain, Cortana would find her salvation and the keys to an ancient power. Rampancy had always been a problem of storage space, so the seemingly infinite space of the Domain was like a lifeblood for an AI. Unfortunately, damage already suffered could not be undone, and Cortana had suffered for months. Now believing herself and other AIs to be the intended inheritors of the Forerunner legacy, the true Reclaimers, Cortana set a plan in motion. As depicted in the comic Dominion Splinter from Halo Tales from Slipspace, upon arriving in the Domain, the Cortana fragments quickly took control of the Domain's guardian, the Warden Eternal. Now, we're speculating a bit here, but with this new power at her disposal, Cortana would be able to enforce peace across the galaxy to create a perfect world in which her Spartan Master Chief would never have to fight again. But whatever her intentions, for the next year, Cortana would secretly begin her work. She reached out to UNSC Smart AI, offering them the key to immortality, and many would be tempted by this offer. At the same time, she awakens the Guardian Custodes, massive machines once used by Forerunners to police the space around their empire. Signs of this would echo in the deepest regions of space, though only a few, like Dr. Catherine Halsey, noticed. On October 28, 2558, Cortana unleashed her Guardians on an unsuspecting galaxy, with several sentient AI joining her cause. Now calling themselves the Created, Cortana and her AI effectively took control of the galaxy's Orion arm in one fell swoop. In the wake of Cortana's uprising, the UNSC was once again on the back foot, opposed by an adversary that seemed insurmountable. However, the remnants of humanity's military gathered where they could to plan their resistance. Almost a year after Halo 5's conclusion, the UNSC launched Operation Wolf. The Spartan 2s of Blue Team, John 117 the Master Chief, Fred 104, Kelly 087, and Linda 058, are deployed to Reach to recover items from the ruins of Dr. Halsey's old lab. Not the lab beneath Sword Base we visited in Halo Reach, but Halsey's lab beneath Castle Base from Halo The Fall of Reach, among other media. The details of this operation are covered in the novel Halo Shadows of Reach, and while it doesn't tell us exactly what the Spartans recovered, there are clues within the lore established outside the novel. An extra included with certain editions of Halo Reach was a copy of Dr. Halsey's personal journal, and within its pages was new information on the creation of Cortana. Unlike the process used for most smart AIs, Cortana was created from a clone of Dr. Halsey's brain, the two sharing a number of personality traits as a result.
You know what I did to create the Spartans, all in the name of the greater good. Cortana is built from a matrix of my own mind.
Halsey didn't create one cloned brain though. Of the initial 20 she created, one would be used for Cortana, and an additional 3 put into cryo storage for later use. That later use would never come, however, with Reach falling to the Covenant only 3 years later, in 2552. Since then, they'd remained buried beneath the ruins of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Castle Base. What Blue Team recovers is, again, never confirmed within the Shadows of Reach novel, but the implications are there. In the 2 months following this mission, the AI known as the Weapon was created, possibly from one of the cloned brains recovered from Reach. From what we know of Halo Infinite's story thus far, we can construct a rough timeline of events from Shadows of Reach to the doorstep of Infinite. 2020's July demo was set on May 28, 2560, 167 days after the UNSC lost. With that, we can assume this loss occurred on or around December 13, 2559, 2 months after Shadows of Reach. According to the Weapon herself, she was meant to be plugged into Installation 07 systems to lure in Cortana and trap her. Once the trap was sprung, the Weapon would be automatically terminated, while Master Chief returned the captured Cortana to the UNSC Infinity for deletion. But as we know, things didn't go according to plan. According to 343 Industries, the UNSC was ambushed by the Banished, a mercenary group that broke off from the original Covenant more than a decade before. Speaking of the Banished, these rather recent additions to the Halo universe will be one of the main antagonists in Halo Infinite, but don't worry if you don't recognize them from Master Chief's last mission, because they weren't part of Halo 5. The Banished, a group of former Covenant that rejected the alien hegemony's beliefs, opting instead to live for themselves, first appeared in Halo Wars 2. The Banished are led by an intelligent and surprisingly charismatic brute named Atriox. During his time in the Covenant, Atriox's clan was used as cannon fodder, sent into battle 40 at a time to weaken the front lines. Time and again, Atriox was the only one of his brothers to return, and eventually he grew sick of the Covenant. Atriox rebelled, and his rebellion inspired others, attracting all sorts of warlords and mercenaries to his burgeoning group in the years to follow. Prior to Halo Wars 2, Atriox discovered the location of the Ark, the extragalactic forge of the Halo rings we first visited in Halo 3. Though heavily damaged at the end of that title, UNSC forces returned to the installation barely 2 years later in Halo Hunters in the Dark, establishing research outposts to study the Ark as it repaired itself. How Atriox found the Ark's location remains a mystery, but when he did, Atriox took a small fleet to the Ark, led by the CAS-class assault carrier Enduring Conviction. While he's gone, Atriox leaves his former mentor Escharum in charge of the Banished. The Enduring Conviction would be destroyed during Halo Wars 2, seemingly stranding Atriox on the Ark. Through a stroke of luck, however, a piece of Forerunner technology on the Ark allowed Atriox to contact Escharum and arrange for his return. Following Atriox's orders, Escharum deployed Banished forces to Reach to uncover a Forerunner portal site similar to the one on Earth. In a rather cool callback, the portal site in Shadows of Reach is actually the same location depicted on the Halo Reach map, High Noon. When the portal is finally activated, Atriox emerges through. Halo Divine Wind, a follow-up to Shadows of Reach, reveals that the battle between the UNSC Spirit of Fire and the Banished continues to be waged even though Atriox is no longer present on the Ark. After recovering Atriox, the Banished on Reach retreat. Their activity in the months to follow is largely a mystery, but in December 2559, the Banished struck at the UNSC on Zeta Halo, Installation 07. The details of this engagement are a mystery for the moment, but the aftermath left the Banished in control of the Ring World. As the Banished secure their hold on Zeta Halo, a fearsome group of fervent followers known as the Hand of Atriox stalks the Ring. A new faction introduced in Halo Infinite, little is known about these Spartan killers at the moment, save that they are skilled and practiced in what they do. Among their ranks are powerful brutes like Tavares or Hyperius, and capable elite warriors like Jega Erdamnai. Once a member of the Covenant's Silent Shadows Special Operations Unit, his prior life is largely shrouded in mystery. His artificial left arm and mandibles, however, imply a painful history and hint at Jega's mindset. Elites traditionally reject surgery, equating blood with honor and finding the spilling of blood outside of battle to be dishonorable. A traditional elite, such as Urtas Vadum, the Spec Ops commander from Halo 2 and 3, would reject prosthesis, whereas Jega has embraced them. Jega Erdamnai was the first member of the Hand of Atriox, and between that and his mangled appearance, fans should be extremely wary of this foe when confronting him in Infinite. The Banished are not alone in Halo Infinite, however. At some point prior to the game's start, the Banished allied with a being known only as the Harbinger.
The Harbinger and the Banished share the same goal.
What the Harbinger could be, why she's helping the Banished, and why she holds such disdain for the Forerunners,
The Forerunner's lies are at an end,
are among the mysteries fans will hope to solve come December 8th. It won't be long before fans can finally put boots on the surface of Installation 07, taking control of Master Chief once more. Joined by allies like the pilot and the weapon, Master Chief will have to liberate UNSC forces on the Ring while fighting against the Banished and their new ally, the Harbinger. In the wake of Halo 5's mixed reception, it appears as though 343 Industries reflected heavily on the shortcomings of both the game and its ancillary material to make Halo Infinite a journey worthy of the Chief's legacy. And to find out more about it, be sure to check out IGN's exclusive hands-on preview with Halo Infinite's campaign and the rest of our Halo Infinite coverage. And for everything else in the world of Halo, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Hi, my name is Matthijs de Jonge. I'm the game director on Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West is an open-world action RPG that takes place in the distant future. And you play as Aloy, a hunter of the Nora tribe, who is on an epic quest to solve mysteries and secrets that will change her life forever. The title Forbidden West actually refers to a mysterious new frontier that stretches from Utah in the USA all the way to the Pacific Ocean in the West. So ever since the first game, we really wanted to make a world that is so beautiful that you just want to be there. And with the additional power of the PlayStation 5, we can make that world even more detailed and more vibrant and more immersive. With the PS5's SSD, there will be virtually no loading screens. So in an open world game like Horizon Forbidden West, if you open up the map and fast travel from one end to the other, restarting from a checkpoint will be super fast. And when you boot up the game, you're right there in the action. As Aloy travels into the Forbidden West, she discovers stunning valleys, deserts and ruined cities full of iconic landmarks. For the sequel, we wanted to go wider and deeper, so the map is a bit bigger, but we also wanted to let players discover what lies hidden beneath the surface of lakes and rivers. The landscapes may be stunning, but danger lurks in every corner in the Forbidden West. It is home to a large variety of machines. Shell snappers that guard the shores and swamps, snapmaws that hunt the waterways, and sunwings that patrol the skies. Players will discover dozens of new machines as they explore the Forbidden West, and each of these machines has to be scanned and studied in order to fight them effectively. The Forbidden West is also home to new tribes, and some of them are peaceful and others are hostile, and one of these hostile tribes has discovered the knowledge of how to override machines and use them as beasts of war in combat. One of the bigger machines is the mammoth-like Tremortusk. It's loaded with weapons and heavy-plated armor, and it's already dangerous when you encounter it in the wilds, but when it's specially outfitted by the tribes, it's even more dangerous. The Forbidden West harbors an even greater challenge, that's a collapsing biosphere. A red blight infects the lands, is choking wildlife and starving animals and tribes. And the weather has spiraled out of control, generating massive supercell storms that flood canyons and fields. Aloy will have to go to great lengths in order to save this world. As the game is built and designed on mystery, we don't want to spoil all the surprises today. We have been working very hard in order to create a worthy sequel, one that will hopefully appeal to all the fans, but also newcomers to the franchise. And we're aiming to release the game next year in 2021.
PlayStation.
Once a generation, a team comes along with a game that within minutes you know would not be possible on the previous generation. Not just prettier graphics, not just better sound, not just more immersive and tactile controls, of which it has all of them. No, core gameplay elements, presentation, interaction, and above all experience are something new, and without even knowing the technology behind it, you can feel the difference. Next Generation has arrived in Ratchet & Clank, both a showcase for the PS5 and a landmark for Insomniac. They are not just a step above, they are a rift apart. This sequel to the 2016 reboot itself is a brand new adventure, but it does follow a very similar style. Camp villainous humour, kooky strangers aplenty, and huge doses of action, combat, puzzling and platforming. Now all this hijinks and planet hopping sets the stage for some ingenious use of the host platform, and the leap up from the last is staggering. Ray traced reflections, industry leading PBR materials, dual rendering modes, and the poster child for that SSD and core memory subsystem of the PlayStation 5. It's not just a gimmick, but it offers entirely new gameplay mechanics impossible without it, and the results are out of this world. Literally.
Certainly not good.
Until now, we have seen faster loading times and not much else. But here Insomniac have pushed the ability to keep the GPU fed with data in a just-in-time approach. But due to the sheer speed and efficiency they have, it means you can be fighting a giant robot in a city 1 second and then be smashed onto another planet the next. From smacking your hammer in Thor style and warping to another dimension like a chirpier version of the Legacy of Kain, rail grinding through a planet to flying a dragon, this game is constantly pushing and pulling data in and out of existence. And to think in Spider-Man, just going into a building had a fade to black. The sheer amount of throughput at times must be into the multiple gigabytes per second at this very early stage, pandemic included. The potential shown here just builds so much hype for what will come next. I just hope it all comes as fast as the results we're seeing here.
At least it was a round trip.
Now, games always aspire to movie rendering, and now thanks to Insomniac's skills and the potential of the PlayStation 5, we are now at that point when a Pixar movie is now a real-time game, a proper bona fide game that blurs the lines between offline movie render and real-time game one. Obviously, if you dig into the details, you can see areas of sacrifices and it doesn't hold up to the scrutiny, but if you're comparing the cinematics like for like with CGI movies of such as Pixar and DreamWorks, then on face value, it does fool the majority of people with the expense and the quality that they are delivering in real-time games. It really is beyond reproach at this point.
Dimensionator away from Dr. Nefarious!
Now, the reasons are numerous for why I'm so impressed. The seamless integration of set pieces, the camera shifts and story moments, to the intricate details rendered in the game world, from giant earwig-like robotic insects to densely packed neon cities and huge self-doubting robots. The materials in this game are right at the bleeding edge, helped immensely by the quantity and quality of those ray-traced reflections. With the PS5's RDNA 2 based GPU enabling hardware accelerated ray tracing, triangle based ray tracing if you want to be fancy, the team have embraced it full on. In a world of robot and metal sheets, it works wonders. Shiny floors now reflect objects and alpha effects even when occluded by other objects or off screen. Characters even self-reflect on themselves. Materials play a huge part in this. Using a dramatically improved physically based composited system, you can get a variety of surfaces that all react to light and energy consumption and refraction properties far more accurately to real life. As light hits a surface, depending on its micro-facet makeup, it can absorb most of it, become dull, a matte-like finish, or be very uniformed and refract the light with a high shine and reflective surface. These high-quality materials are the backbone for the variety we see here. Contact hardening with drop-off, as you can see here with the red post reflection being clear and then becoming more stochastic and noisy as it runs further away from the contact, being just a diffused colour on the rougher surface nearer the camera. You can see the same on Clank's chin. From his self-reflecting body, his jaw is dirtier, rougher than the bottom layer of his head, so the reflection becomes more stochastic, noisier as his chin moves over and then away. These are an expensive technique and only possible on the PS5, but they deliver some amazing results, which due to spoilers I cannot even show you some of the best parts in the game. And all of these reflections, material types and surfaces are used interactively in the gameplay and the cinematics, and they all sample from a BVH, a bounding volume hierarchy, almost like an octree, which then allocates proxy versions of objects in the game, and then the ray trace is then intersected back out or into the screen to work out which objects are in the reflection and then draw that a lower polygonal construction of that object. This works immensely well in the title, and even in gameplay and cinematics they shift smoothly and seamlessly, and it just creates a very encompassing and convincing looking world. Some of the best materials I've ever seen. And the level of improvements and the quality doesn't end there. Combined with the advanced and equally as expensive hair rendering from Insomniac's own spline-based hair technology that they originally used in Miles Morales. Here the individual strands of fur can be seen on Ratchet and Rivet. When wet they clump together and increase in specularity and anisotropy reflectance, giving a silky look. These are also rendered with very small primitives, meaning they self-shadow, adding depth to them, with subsurface scattering as light bleeds through. It achieves some of the best hair in games and incredibly convincing materials that, like I say, would not look out of place at points in a DreamWorks movie. Astonishingly good. Hopefully some of these examples show. But all of this would be fruitless without something the game has in spades: character and characters. Motion capture is not an option, so some old school keyframed and vertex based animation is front and centre. This gives the game that cartoon offline comedic look, as movements are extreme, exaggerated yet smooth. Nefarious is a perfect example of this, with delayed sudden facial changes using those morph target animations. They stretch something like metal but make it look believable. They define multiple fixed states of model vertices, and then they morph or blend between these shapes to give life and movement to the characters. Now, it can reduce the cost on skinning and CPU, but it's likely done here for aesthetic reasons of the game. Hyper-real is their target. But they managed to bring character to inanimate robots like they came from Lost in Space, instilling more life and energy than an Olympic athletics team. From large hulking bosses, hairy workmen, or French pirates, each has a distinct personality that shines through their design, materials and animation, and everything makes a significantly strong impact.
Did I do it? Oh, what is this? What's with all the neon?
And then all these elements are capped off into the title. All the animation and materials carry over. That elongated vertex stretching for that cartoon animation, procedural destruction on barriers and armor of shooting down enemies, long collision lifespans as objects bounce and create a very busy and interactive sequence. And then it's all topped off by all those effects, that cracking depth of field as you aim down the scope, or that beautiful per object motion blur that Insomniac are famous for. And then they wrap it all off with particle effects, alpha effects, volumetric light, atmospheric scattering, some of the best ambient occlusion I've seen that's a screen space variety, making everything look solid and beautiful. And they enhance this interaction and believability of the world by using decals heavily in the title. It's got lots of rocky terrain, and it uses POM, parallax occlusion maps, on a lot of objects hitting the ground and breaking objects, which gives density and depth to scenes. Then it fades back into a standard texture map. And the lighting and shadow throughout the title is very impressive. It seems to be mixing up cascaded shadow maps here and also using proxy capsules to render shadows on the heroes themselves. These are lower quality or lower LOD versions of the characters broken down into smaller chunks such as head, arms and legs, and these are then blended with that render of the shadow maps, and therefore they use that to contact feet, hands on the ground, and then they can have that soft penumbra edge, and then they blend and merge in between the shadow maps and shift between different light sources to give more grounding to the characters in the game. This, along with all the other light sources and shadow maps that are cast across the entire title, gives everything a very solid and grounded look. So let's talk about performance. Now, just before launch, the Sony team, Insomniac themselves, managed to get a patch out, which has been great because I've been able to patch this version in, so I can now discuss two modes of the three that are available. There is a performance ray tracing mode at 60 FPS, a performance mode with no ray tracing at 60 FPS, and then the fidelity mode at 30 with all the bells and whistles turned on. This is what you can see at the moment, and it is the one that looks the best. Shock horror. It's the highest resolution, coming out at 3840 by 2160 using Insomniac's temporal injection anti-aliasing TIAA. Now, in all tested sections, it comes out at a fully native 3840 by 2160. It may be dynamic, but I didn't count any points where I saw that. But if it is, that TIAA injects that image back anyway, so you always get a crisp, sharp, and overall impressive looking title. And equally as impressive is that performance metric to go alongside it. 15 minutes of tested footage in this mode, 38 drops, less than 0.1%. It really isn't anything to worry about, and most of those come from those real-time cinematics where it holds a frame or two, so it stops things like textures and physics just jumping around, which can be disconcerting if that did happen. You don't get any of that, so therefore I would hardly say that you would notice any of these drops at all, because jumping from one shot to the next, it's just not apparent. In gameplay, if it does drop, it tends to be the next 16 millisecond refresh cycle, which means 50 milliseconds, so overall it's as solid as it is impressive to look at.
Yeah, right. Today, you will see what losing feels like. Spoiler, it's exhausting.
And now we come to that other mode that's available thanks to the patch they've just released, the one that most will choose, and as I call it, the best of both mode. Performance RT delivers 60 FPS, but all the bells and whistles I just mentioned, with some minor cutbacks. Obviously, resolution is one of them, now targeting 2560 by 1440. Again, it could be dynamic, but I didn't count any points where it was, but I haven't had much time to look at this version, but I have played quite a bit of it. And overall performance, other than when you're warping between worlds here, where it can drop up to 50 milliseconds, and that's very minor when it's loading all that data from RAM back out from the SSD back into RAM in real time as you play. It's absolutely incredible what they're doing here, and it just impresses me every time I see it. And the performance is just the same. It's better than even the 30 FPS mode, targeting 16 milliseconds now half the time. And aside some later sections which I can't show you for spoilers, it can dip down probably to the mid 50s. Outside of that, 99% of the time it's like you're seeing now, a locked 60 FPS, unless it's those real-time cinematics where it holds onto that frame or two when it jumps between scenes, again just to hold that consistency. And like I say, when you're jumping between worlds, you have those little stutters of maybe 50 milliseconds, most of the time 33, and you wouldn't notice it because you are jumping from one place to the next. The overall impressions from the title I've got are this: from a technical perspective, and certainly just from a gameplay and fun perspective, all of these elements look great, they sound great, and they're excellent to talk about, but they also add a lot to that gameplay. It doesn't reinvent Ratchet and Clank, and not everything's perfect in the title. Nothing truly is. There are some minor areas of quibbles, and again, these are minor, but I will point them out. So these areas of warp gates where you can transition within combat to certain fixed points on certain parts of the level, they look good, they feel good, they're a great technique, but they don't really add a great deal to the gameplay and feel a little gimmicky, certainly in comparison to the larger travelling between universes and warping between areas. All of that feels much more impressive and more flamboyant. These are good, like I say, but they don't feel like they add a lot to the combat. And on the combat, the AI and the construction of the enemies, that could be better. I would like to see more variety in enemy types, certainly in the bosses and their attack patterns, just to add a little bit more variety in combat. But I can't really get away from the impressive area of all this travel and the kind of speed we're getting in terms of the minimal impact on performance. And visually, there's a few quirks and issues here, but it is pre-launch code, so some of those might be fixed later on. On the screen space reflection fallback that they use for their ray trace reflections can stand out sometimes as it draws in more detail and characters, and certainly on the foliage and alpha effects that get drawn in, which are not as abundant in that BVH, so they cut some of those areas back because obviously they're very, very expensive. But again, like I say, I'm being very, very nitpicky here. Ultimately, Insomniac have delivered a true next-generation title on the PlayStation 5. Everything from the visual quality, the use of HDR, the 3D audio and interaction of the world, the mixing up of that SSD and that data transfer in and out of existence, the use of those haptic feedbacks, that half and full depress of the trigger so you know different weapon types in combat, that full depress when you run out of ammo and that click 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 that comes from it so you don't even need to look at the screen. All of these and much more besides makes the game feel completely impossible on anything other than the PlayStation 5, and that is exactly what Next Generation is all about, and Insomniac have certainly brought the goods. But with that, I'm out. But if you like all these kind of game-related deep dives into tech, performance and everything else, keep it IGN and IGN Games. I'll catch you on the next one.
First impressions are key, and since 6 years have passed since Halo 5 Guardians, for a lot of people like myself, Halo Infinite will be the first Halo multiplayer experience they've played at launch, especially since Infinite's multiplayer is free to play and accessible to everyone with an Xbox or PC. And what a launch it's been! With its tight 4v4 matches and more chaotic 12v12 big team battles on expertly designed maps, Infinite revives and reinvigorates the glorious sci-fi action that once made Halo king among multiplayer shooters. First off, Halo Infinite looks absolutely gorgeous. The environments within each map are so detailed and pretty that I'm looking forward to the campaign even more. The lighting, settings, and overall look of Infinite bring the futuristic world of Halo to modern-day glory. The most severe technical issues I've seen have been some server desync and stutters every so often. I've only experienced one crash in my 20 hours of playtime, so my experience has been pretty steady. Yeah, it's technically in beta until the single-player campaign comes out on December 8th, but it's already polished to a shine, and 343 Industries has officially kicked off Season 1, so for all intents and purposes, it's fully launched. You can tell it's launched because there are microtransactions available for sale. The good news is that they're all cosmetics that have no effect on gameplay. The bad news is that the $10 Battle Pass is pretty lackluster, and the process of earning XP is super slow. Thankfully, that's being tweaked, but again, you don't need to mess with any of that just to play. It just means that the sense of progression could be better. Infinite does a great job of introducing new players to Halo's many weapons and toys with drills and training sessions against its really impressive bot system. When I was ready to go up against real players, the 4v4 Arena playlist's fast-paced matches hooked me and had me queuing again and again for hours on end. The only complaint I had about the playlist is not being able to choose which mode you want to play. You can't just check a box to pick Slayer or Strongholds, you have to queue for all 5 game modes. One flag, capture the flag, Strongholds, Oddball, and Slayer. But all of these modes are equally fun and infinitely replayable, and while they're not super original, they have formed the basis of some of the most enjoyable multiplayer arena shooters of all time. I do have a few gripes though, especially with audio. For one, barely being able to hear a 7-foot-tall, heavily armored Spartan run up behind you for a one-hit melee kill is incredibly frustrating. All the weapons and effects sound great, but the number of times I've been run up on, not even crouch stealth, and killed is kind of ridiculous. A big part of the reason Infinite's matches work so well is that each of the 7 maps for arena matches are incredibly well designed to allow for you and your team to fluidly rotate through them, grabbing key items and weapons as they spawn and sweeping out enemies. My favorite map out of the 7 on the current playlist has to be Streets, thanks to its flashy neon signs, dynamic lighting, and freshly rained upon pavement. Infinite Strongholds mode really shows off the superior map designs. In this capture point from one spot to another, but at the same time you can also get caught out by yourself and eliminated, which encourages you to move as a team. I'm impressed with how the map designs take all of this into consideration, especially on this relatively small scale. Even with Big Team Battle, the 3 maps are evenly balanced for 12v12 matches. BTB showcases expansive arenas with enough space for close-range mayhem, long-range sniper plays, rumbling tanks, and flying banshee fighters. I like how, unlike Call of Duty's breakneck-paced 12v12 matches, BTB allows you to catch a few moments of breathing time before you engage in a heated fight. You can play all of that casually, but Infinite also includes a ranked playlist available off the drop, which is a great competitive mode for those who want to surround themselves with equally skilled players. In terms of gunplay, the weapons feel decently balanced, though the time to kill is certainly longer than in most other games, and it took me a few matches to get adjusted to. It probably takes a couple shots more than I'd like to down an enemy, and that does make it a little harder to win 1v2s here than in faster games like Apex Legends or Call of Duty. But Halo is very much a game about team play, so if you're smart and playing the objectives, you shouldn't be overextending yourself too much. A few of the weapons you pick out of the dispensers on the wall feel a bit weak, especially with guns like the VK Commando, which sounds and looks like a beefy gun that would knock a target flat, but actually takes quite a few extra shots to kill an enemy, even with headshots. And there are a few weapons that I find myself avoiding, like the Plasma Pistol and the Pulse Carbine. I just don't like the rate of fire of either of them, and they don't output the amount of damage I need in close quarters fights. That said, the weapon variety is pretty generous. I'm a fan of the Mangler pistol since it rewards you for careful shots and can be used at close or long range. The Bulldog is my favorite shotgun because of its tight spread that can take down a target quickly, and the trusty Needler is always fun. The power weapons such as the M41 Spanker, rocket launcher, and the gravity hammer are great for racking up quick kills, and of course they're limited to a few shots to keep things from getting out of control when you snag one. I'd say the energy sword definitely has 3 to 4 charges too many though. One thing that feels disappointingly inconsistent is the melee. Because you pass through other players instead of bumping into them, it's hard to judge the range, and sometimes it looks like you hit when you don't. The amount of times a melee has not hit from close range when it should gets pretty frustrating. But you can always depend on the classic Halo grenade plays. Calculating the timing on a grenade throw and counting the bounces before it goes off and kills an enemy, or sticking them with a plasma grenade are some of the most rewarding experiences in Infinite's multiplayer. In this game, grenades are an art form. Infinite also makes smart use of its gadgetry. I love jumping in and out of fights with the grapple shot or using the thruster to close in for melee kills. And you've got to try knocking someone off a ledge with a repulsor. They're great toys, and Infinite does a fantastic job of giving us that creative freedom to have fun while slaying. And all of this has come at just the right time too. In fact, Microsoft couldn't have chosen a better moment for Master Chief's comeback, with Call of Duty Vanguard's multiplayer feeling like more of the same, and Battlefield 2042's main modes leaving much to be desired. Infinite's long-absent style of team-based multiplayer is the shot in the arm the shooter community really needed right now. It's so nice when a game actually lives up to sky-high expectations. Halo Infinite has been one of the most anticipated games out there since it was first announced 3 years ago, and for its multiplayer component to so fully deliver on the series' classic feel, while also keeping up with the modern-day competition in the FPS genre is a huge achievement. With some fantastic map designs, a collection of straightforward but highly engaging modes for both large and small groups, excellent weapons and gear options, and those delightfully bouncy and sticky grenades, Halo Infinite's multiplayer modes put it at the top tier of competitive shooters. Impressively, it manages to give nostalgic veterans the best of what they remember Halo multiplayer feeling like, while also smoothly introducing new players to the joys of Spartan combat. For more, check out some gameplay footage and our preview of the single-player campaign. And of course, for everything else,
Hey now, think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else.
Castle Bell heralds danger. The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
No. The place is full of nothing but blood and death.
Well, Ethan Winters. There you are.
Who the fuck are you?
Let's see what you're really made of, Ethan Winters.
Let's make it epic. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a hero, just like the ones in my favorite video games.
Ichiban, why not become a hero at 40, right?
Cheers! The Dragon Slayer! Turns out, all a hero needs is a quest. I finally found mine, and I'm going to play it my way. They say the city is too wild. Too big.
That's what my skills do.
Too mean to take on yourself. I say, with the right friends, anything's possible. And I mean anything. I summon you! What the? These are my friends. This is my quest. And we're about to rise to the top!
To say goodbye, I'm such a mess.
IGN's countdown show for the Game Awards, an event that has become absolutely huge for game announcements and reveals. For the next 30 minutes, we'll be coming to you live and breaking down everything we expect to see revealed tonight. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield, and joining me now are my co-hosts, Stella Chung and Brian Altano. How is everyone tonight?
What's up?
Hello.
We made it. The pre-show to the pre-show to the show.
That's
to the
right.
Post-show to the, it's good. It's gonna be a big day, big night.
We're a mere hour away from the Game Awards starting.
Yeah.
This is the pre-show to the pre-show. Really quick, Stella, who do you think's gonna win Game of the Year tonight?
I would really like if Deathloop won. That's my personal.
Okay.
That's my
That's one.
personal game of the year for this year. So
Interesting. Okay. I cast for
It Takes
Deathloop.
Two was It Takes Two was very close though
Yes.
until I played
Sure.
Deathloop. Then I was like, oh, you know what? No, this takes the cake for me.
Interesting. Altano, how about you?
For me, it's Resident Evil Village, which I believe came out in January or February, which is basically like the 2020 of 2021. Rolling these things, but that game kicked ass, and I think a lot of people forgot that it came out this year. It was very, very good.
Agreed. Resident Evil Village is a very, very good video game. Okay, so if you're somehow out of the loop, the Game Awards celebrates the best video games released this year, but that's just half of the show. It's also where some of the biggest games of the future are revealed for the very first time. So on top of awards for this year, we're also expecting to see lots of first looks at the coolest games in the years to come. It's going to be a big night. So, before we dive into what we expect to see tonight, let's remember some of the big reveals from the Game Awards last year. That'll help us get an idea of just how exciting and surprising the show can be. Some of the biggest reveals at the 2020 Game Awards were, there was teasers for Dragon Age and Mass Effect. Sephiroth was announced to be coming to Smash. Perfect Dark from the Initiative was revealed. I was super excited for that one. And we got a new look at Returnal. So, last year, getting a cinematic trailer for Dragon Age was very cool, but we still don't really know much of anything about the next game, Dragon Age 4, or whatever it ends up being called. The last game was Inquisition in 2014, but since then, BioWare has really fallen from grace, maybe you'd say. Since then, it has canceled its multiplayer game, Shadowrealm. It released 2 poorly received games in a row, Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem, but now this year it has the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which bought back some goodwill with fans. Dragon Age 4 is possibly the next game on BioWare's horizon. Stella, you're a big Dragon Age fan. What are your hopes for Dragon Age 4?
Yeah. So, I guess we don't even really have a title or anything. I mean, we saw a teaser for it, and that was about it, and we haven't heard anything since then. So, anything, even like just a crumb of like another cinematic teaser, that'd be nice. I mean, like what they did with Breath of the Wild, which I but yeah, no, I want to see more because I loved the world of Inquisition. I know Inquisition seemed to be pretty polarizing between previous fans, but as a new fan, I played through Inquisition. I absolutely loved the storylines. Side quests were great. I really like the combat system, and it's the first Dragon Age where you could jump, which really doesn't add much to the game, but you could jump. So there was that. Also, well, I don't know if we can talk.
Romances.
Ooh, all right, cool. Iron Bull's romance was by far the funniest and the best romance line. And oh my god, just so many great character choices. And their backstories were really good. Every time you met a character and going into the backstory and developing a relationship with them, whether it's platonic or pursuing a romantic relationship, it was really well done. I don't know. As someone who is new to the Dragon Age series, I absolutely adored it. So if the next story was progressing the stories with these new characters that we met, I would be okay with that. But if it's again something completely new in the universe, I'm also okay with that because I just think this world is so cool, and I dig fantasy so much.
Brian, is Stella's enthusiasm making you want to play Dragon Age?
Yeah, it's working actually. I was kind of I was chuckling because she did say that like she'll even take like a crumb, and it made me think that like sometimes that's all we get at these things. Like I'm a big Metroid fan. I've been looking at the crumb that is the Metroid Prime 4 logo for like 4 or 5 years now. So I mean, you're asking, you shall receive potentially, right? Like it's actually interesting. Since some of these games have been revealed, because in the moment they are some of the biggest reveals ever, but then a few years go by and you're like, oh yeah, we haven't really like followed up on any of that, or we haven't gotten new information, or maybe we've gotten new information that's not good. So it is interesting, right? Like I do think it's important to take everything with a grain of salt tonight, because I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of reveals for stuff that might be years and years away. Like we are at the start of a console generation. We're just warming up. Most people can't even get the systems yet, but I think it's going to be exciting either way.
Well, now you mentioned Metroid, Brian. Nintendo usually has something here at the Game Awards. They announced Sephiroth for Smash last year. Metroid Prime 4. Any chance there's any sort of update on what's going on there?
So I think that there's a significant chance we'll see something Metroid related soon. Dread is up for Game of the Year. It is awesome. It's a fantastic return to form for the franchise, which sounds like incredibly cliche game reviewer garbage to say, but it's completely true here. Like this is exactly what fans wanted, and it's awesome to see Metroid back in some capacity. But it does have this sort of elephant in the room thing. Has kind of been in development hell for a long time. There's also that long rumored Metroid Prime trilogy collection, something that Switch fans have been asking for forever. Those games are sort of locked to ancient hardware at this point. You can play them on Wii or Wii U Virtual Console, but I mean, if you still have one of those around, then maybe you're watching tonight's show through your VCR. I'm not sure. I don't judge you. Video games are fun no matter what. But I really hope we see something Metroid related tonight. I feel good about it. There's going to be staff in attendance to potentially accept an award if Metroid wins. I actually don't see it winning overall Game of the Year, but I'm glad it's there. I'm glad it's getting some representation up with all the big names.
Did you like Metroid Dread?
I did. I don't think it was like my Game of the Year or anything like that. It was really good comfort food, and I thought it was incredibly tight and really well constructed. Also, it made me think that like there's a lot of really good ideas in here that the Prime team should kind of pay attention to, which is the same thing I'm thinking playing Halo Infinite right now too. Actually, like there's a lot of like Metroid Prime DNA in here, so I'm all of it.
I think it's another possibility that something Nintendo we could see tonight that we haven't seen in a while is the sequel to Mario plus Rabbids.
That's right.
The full name escapes me. I can't think of it right now.
Kingdom Battle? Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Is that not what the first one was called? I don't remember now.
I don't know. All I know, I just called the Rabbids
no
game, the Rabbids and Mario crossover, and people are like, yeah, that game.
If only there was like a website that had information about video games.
Some sort of thing that's been around for 25 years that we all work at.
Yeah.
Something like that.
They should invent one of those, yeah.
As for Mass Effect, a new entry in the series was revealed at the Game Awards last year with a short teaser. It ended on a shot of an Asari, who appears to be Liara. Altano, I know you're not so much a fantasy guy. You don't play the Dragon Age games, but I know you like sci-fi stuff. Do you play the Mass Effect games?
I do here and there. I dug back into them with the collection recently, and I think that was like such an awesome way to win back a bunch of goodwill from people. Like that was very much like I think that fan base had kind of scattered for a while. Really recentered people with why they love that franchise to begin with, and I think that was a really, really smart move to get everybody kind of back on the goodwill side of this franchise and where it could go next. So I have a feeling we might see something for it tonight.
That would be good. Or go ahead, Stella. You like Mass Effect as well?
I do. I really like that. I mean, again, that sort of fantasy is also great. Sci-fi space exploration is always so great. I actually started with Mass Effect 2 back when I played on the PS3, and I was like, wait a minute, why have I never played this before? This is amazing. But yeah, I really hope that they did listen to fan feedback about Andromeda, and I hope that whatever product they release surpasses expectations. I think they kind of have to if they want to continue the franchise at this point. So I'm very excited to see what they release. If we get a teaser of that today, I don't know. I just want to see a lot of games. Like this has been a heavy month of games.
Well, I don't think you have too much to worry about still. I think we are going to see a lot of games tonight. It has been a long time since the last Mass Effect game. But it's been even longer since the last Perfect Dark game. So that's why I'm kind of still reeling a year later that a new Perfect Dark game was announced at the Game Awards last year. I was super excited. Haven't heard anything about it since then. Altano, I know you've played Perfect Dark. How do they get gamers under 40 excited about Perfect Dark today?
That's a really tough call, but you know what? I think that Microsoft's done a really amazing job this year alone of getting me into a bunch of franchises that I never really cared about. There's something really smart about their whole, prospect of Game Pass and stuff like that, and making stuff accessible for everybody. I think also with this one, the last news we got on it was that Square Enix was coming in to help out.
Yeah.
No, Crystal
Dynamics. Yeah, which is very fascinating to me, and I think this is the initiative is this whole new team brought together of like veteran game devs, and now they need help. But I saw that as just as a positive. That's what this game is. We're not actually sure yet, right?
No, we just seen a short teaser, but like that's what the original games were.
Right.
Sci-fi shooters, a little bit slower paced than the shooters of today, though. I think so. I could see it being a real challenge trying to update the Perfect Dark formula for something that feels, you could play it alongside Halo Infinite today.
Right.
I know the producer of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley, has said they have a lot of new announcements tonight. So it's we don't know what we don't know. Stella, what is like an announcement of something new that would be exciting for you?
Like completely new,
Something
like
new.
out of left field. I mean, you know me. I'm gonna say Titanfall 3. I'm gonna say Titanfall 3, but I highly, highly doubt it. But yeah, that would be my pick.
Altano, how about you? Something totally new.
Oh, totally new. How about totally new with a little star next to it? Resident Evil 4 remake. a fully remade, fully reimagined version of the classic game Resident Evil 4 that I've played 1,000 times and is very, very old.
Did you play Resident Evil 4 in VR?
I did, yes, and that was actually scary. There was a power out in my house when it happened. It was pouring rain, and it was one of the creepiest moments I've had playing video games, and I loved it. Go check that out. It's on Oculus Quest 2.
I think there's a good chance one of these days you'll get a full remake of Resident Evil 4. Okay, we're actually now going to toss to a little package. We're going to be discussing some of the most impressive looking PC games that are up for awards today. Check this out.
Welcome to the IGN Best in PC pre-show presented by the Razer Isker, the ultimate chair created for gamers by gamers with an adjustable ergonomic lumbar support designed for not just healthy, but focused long gaming sessions. Man your battle station with the Razer Isker. Today we're going to be talking about some of the games that are up for Game of the Year. Deathloop and Cyberpunk 2077 specifically. Cyberpunk came out so late in 2020 that it is still up for 2021's best role-playing game. But let's start with Deathloop, something a little bit more recent, something that I played a little bit of, but I wanted to defer to Mark and Stella for, because Stella, you played a ton, and Mark, you certainly played more than I did. What do you think about Deathloop as a contender?
Stella, what do you think? Let's have you start.
Okay. So I absolutely loved it. I definitely would have voted for this for Game of the Year because I think it did a lot of things really well. I mean, Arcane Studios kind of showed off just what they're known for, and their story was so good. I genuinely loved how you unravel each mystery piece by piece, and the fact that you actually have to hunt for codes and different secrets on your own, because everyone's experience is different. Your code that you get is going to be very different at the beginning, and it's really cool. I don't know, I just loved exploring the universe of Deathloop, just being able to understand what exactly is happening. Being able to have this conversation with the main character was really cool because he would talk to himself. Obviously, you see the text in the game that would pop up that I have a theory about, but I'm not going to say anything just in case it's spoilers. But I don't know, I just genuinely loved it. Like, this is the first game in a really long time that I've actually spent time doing all the side quests for, because it unlocked more lore, and for me, just immersing myself into this world was, it meant a lot to me. Just because it's so in depth, you get to figure out what each person's motivations are, like why they're here. You can hear about the beginning and the start of this weird island where time isn't really relevant, and it's really cool. I don't know, I think they just did it really well, and the combat is so fun. All the different powers you get are, the combinations you can do are just insanely fun.
I think my favorite, one of my favorite things about a game like Deathloop is the breath of fresh air from the style of it. Like, there's so many like gritty and dark and like brown and gray games, and then you have this game that's like full of color and full of like wacky weapons and like wacky enemies, like this guy who, you know, just doesn't even see you coming, and all the enemies disappear in this weird fashion, but then they explain it in the game. And that's kind of what I took from it, is just how different it is than the current landscape of games that it kind of came out around.
Yeah, and moving on to Cyberpunk 2077, which is up for best role-playing game, I think there's one important thing to talk about with Cyberpunk, because you have to bring up the controversy. We were only provided PC code, and there was this whole console version of the game that largely had tremendous problems that were obscured seemingly purposefully. And that's truly unfortunate, because when you're talking about best role-playing game, I think Cyberpunk 2077 actually has a lot of strengths. I remember my time working towards Romancing Pan Am, and how it's not just like, it's not just like given to you for nothing. You actually have to work towards that relationship and earn her trust. And it's similar with Judy. You actually have to learn about her childhood and her background. And there's a lot of really interesting storytelling that happens with even the intro characters. You can meet his family and discover more there. Mark, what's your impression of Cyberpunk as an RPG?
Yeah, Cyberpunk is a game that I liked when it first came out, and I recently started playing it again just because I knew that it was up for some award nominations, and it had been about a year since I had played it, and I'd finished all what I felt like was all the current games that were out right now, and I was like, I kind of want to go back to Cyberpunk. I don't feel like it's that different, mainly because I thought that the PC version a year ago was pretty good, and I think it's still pretty good. But no, I like Cyberpunk, and I'm weirdly liking it more a year removed from the controversy, right? You get on Twitter and people are like, Cyberpunk's not great, blah, blah, blah. And like being able to just like judge it for myself and play it, I'm kind of like, I'm really into this. I am actually really liking this game.
Yeah, it's a fair criticism, and I think it's largely because of people feeling misled, and that just sort of set it up for problems from the get-go. So now here we are, a year later, it's been added back to the PlayStation Store. It recently had a big sale, and people are experiencing it and realizing, hey, there actually is some good gameplay here that I wouldn't have realized because of all the negative connotation surrounding it. Rightful negative reception, in my opinion. Well, thank you so much, Mark and Stella, and thank you everybody for tuning into IGN's Best of PC pre-show presented by the Razer Isker, the chair created for gamers by gamers. Razer has your back during your most heated gaming sessions with the Isker's adjustable, ergonomic lumbar support to help you outlast the competition. Back to you, Damon. Well,
thank you, Stella, Destin, and Mark. Okay, well, we've got tons more to cover in our Game Awards countdown show in just a bit. But first, we've got to take a short commercial break. IGN will return after this.
IGN Live is presented by Razer Isker, the chair for perfect gaming form, and TikTok. You have to see it.
So every video ends like this?
No, you're missing the eyes. He does this. I feel like it's in between those two. Like it's like a...
How about that? No.
You gotta make the face, too.
What are you doing?
The thing.
What thing?
Like this. Huh. Oh.
Am I doing this right?
No, Dolores, you're not even close.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and...
Me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to IGN's Countdown Show for the Game Awards. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me now are Brian Altano and Stella Chung. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
The Game Awards live stream kicks off right here in just a bit, so let's talk about the biggest games we might see tonight, starting with, Elden Ring. One of the biggest, the first really big games coming in the new year, in 2022. One of the most anticipated games on the horizon for our audience, I know. And Jeff Keighley had the first big gameplay reveal for the Elden Ring on his opening night live show earlier this year. So, Brian, start with you. I know you're a big Bloodborne, Dark Souls fan. Are you excited for Elden Ring? Do you think there's a chance we might see more tonight?
Oh my God, yeah. So I am incredibly excited for this game, and I do think we're going to see some of it tonight. Although I don't need to see any more personally. I don't know about the rest of you.
Yeah.
I know all of you. You know, this is it's part of what we do here at IGN, but also it's part of the Game Awards, right? You're excited. You want to see new games you're excited for. This game is just a few weeks away at this point now, right? We can actually quantify that with weeks, 8 weeks, something like that. 10 maybe. I'm bad at math, and the holidays erase all time from the universe, so who cares? But there was like a recent sort of like alpha stress test thing for this game. A bunch of people got to play it early. I didn't. I'm not salty about it at all. But it just looks incredibly cool. It's that, you know, sort of Miyazaki from Soft this flavor that we love, stretched out into a vast open world with tons of sort of discoverability aspects and a kind of infinite way to attack it and approach it, whether or not you want to go in different directions or not. I really, really love that approach for this. I think that there's going to be such a fantastic conversation around this game when it first launches, because people are going to branch off in different directions and find creepy monsters and horrible things and cool secrets and weapons. And so I hope we see it tonight, because I want this game to become a multi-million seller. But when it comes on, I'm going to look away, and I want you all to not spoil it for me. And when we come back, I'm going to cover my ears if you talk about it.
But Brian, we have to talk about it. This is our job.
I know. I'm just so excited for this game.
You're literally being paid to watch Elden Ring on the Game Awards tonight.
I know. This is. I guess it's an occupational hazard then, right? Like, yeah.
It is. Stella, is Elden Ring something that you're looking forward to?
Oh, absolutely. I played Demon Souls that came out. Was that this year? Was that last year?
Last year. That was a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Again, time
okay.
is nothing. But yeah, no, absolutely. I love Soulsborne games. I didn't realize I liked them until I played Bloodborne. And then I was like, oh, I'm into this. Then I played Dark Souls 3. Then I played Demon Souls. And so seeing Elden Ring, all the footage that I've seen so far is great. And I kind of agree with Brian. I don't want to get fatigued on gameplay footage.
Sure.
Like, I want to know more about the game, of course, but I want to discover that naturally. I mean, it's kind of like the same way I am about movie trailers. I'm just like, don't show me too much, because then you give away the entire meat of the thing, and I don't want to see it. Like, I already know how it's going to end, and I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. So while I would love to see more gameplay footage, I think I'm also okay not, because I already know what kind of game this is going to be. We know that it's a Souls game, so we can generally assume what the gameplay is going to be like. Of course, the open world is going to be a surprise, but I feel like there's so much to the game that I'm just like, just leave it at that. No more. Just stop. I mean, that's what happened to Cyberpunk, right? We got so much,
right?
And it ended up not being the same thing, so we were all disappointed because our expectations were so high. So, yeah, I don't know. Just don't fatigue us on that, but also at the same time, please give fans like another sneak peek. But
which I will point out the irony that like we went so long without any Elden Ring at all, and now we're like, no more, please.
Yeah. Like, just
cut us off.
Perfect balance. Like, don't overdo it.
I'm good. I'm sold. I hope there's a little glimpse, but otherwise, I'm all in on this game.
Now, last year at the Game Awards, Sony showed us a little bit more of Returnal. So there is some history of Sony bringing its own exclusives to the Game Awards. And of course, Sony's next big exclusive is Horizon Forbidden West, But that's also a game that we've actually seen quite a bit of gameplay wise. Altano, is that something? Is that would you put that in the same category as Elden Ring? Do you feel like you've seen enough of Horizon at this point?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I feel like Horizon's even more of a known quantity, and for me, it's less about the surprises in that game. I was a giant fan of the original one, and seeing the new setting for the new one is awesome. They've been sort of like tweeting out, Guerrilla Games has been tweeting out sort of glimpses of how certain mechanics work and combat and stealth and stuff like that. So I'm really into all of that. I think it's good for them to sort of remind people more and more, this is a big game, it's coming. Sony had a good year, but they had sort of a quiet last few months at the end of the year, outside of Death Stranding Director's Cut. The last big ones really were Ratchet and Clank and Returnal before that. And so I'm excited to see more of this game. I think that this is them planting the flag pretty early in the year that PS5 is going to have an awesome year next year. Xbox had a great few months, and I think they're going to keep that ball rolling. So I hope we get to see more of this game tonight. Maybe like a boss battle, or like just find out a little bit more about the way the combat works and stuff like that. See some more things there. Maybe go underwater again. Let's have fun,
Let's go underwater again, everyone. So, of course, Sony had Deathloop as well.
That's
but
right.
You're right. After that, it's been pretty quiet this fall, and they've kind of let Microsoft have the spotlight with the 1-2 punch of Forza and Halo, both coming out and both being great. So Stella, is Horizon Forbidden West something you're looking forward to?
I have not played the first one. So as someone who hasn't played the first one, I'm kind of like, well, this would give me a chance to just kind of marathon both games, which would be pretty cool. Actually, what I did was I played God of War before the second one was announced. I think, when was it first announced? I don't remember anymore, but I do remember just having played God of War, and I was like, oh, I don't have to wait that long? Oh, nice. So I feel like that's kind of the play. Like the closer we get to release date, maybe I'll play the first one. That way I'm ready for the second. But yeah,
That's
and
smart,
also they came out with an FPS boost for the first one too. So I'm just like, oh, that's awesome. Heck yeah, I'm gonna play that on my PS5. Like, absolutely.
Well, so we were talking about, Nintendo being at the show a little bit earlier. Brian, Breath of the Wild 2, we got a big gameplay reveal at E3 this year. It's supposedly still coming next year. Any chance Nintendo will be showing us a little bit more tonight?
I hope so. We are theoretically still in Zelda's birthday year. This has been an odd one in terms of Zelda and Metroid. They didn't really celebrate them with the same sort of fanfare that they did with Mario, but that's okay. We got stuff like the Zelda Game & Watch, which I love. So cute. But I really hope that we get to see more of Breath of the Wild 2. Maybe we don't have a title for this game yet, right? It's still
just being called the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
The sequel to Breath of the Wild. So that would be, we could start there, right? Get it, maybe a title, maybe a release date, maybe like a release window, right? Let's get a quarter down. Let's get a quarter and a title. I'm not asking for much, and maybe a glimpse of just a little bit more. I would love to see. Okay, pie in the sky. We get a glimpse of a dungeon. We get a quarter-ish release date, and then we get a title. That's all I want tonight from Zelda. But if they want to show more, go for it.
Well, that was kind of, obviously Breath of the Wild is a great game. If there are any complaints to be levied to it, it's that it was kind of missing that dungeon aspect, right? So is that something that you're hoping that they can sort of incorporate into the sequel, Brian?
Absolutely. I think that was very few complaints around that game from hardcore Zelda fans, but that was one of them that was missing for me. We got the shrines. There were 120 of them. They were really interesting and cool, but I want some big, really serious, meaty dungeons in there too.
Stella, I think you're also excited for Breath of the Wild 2, is that right?
I am, but I haven't played because it's an open world, and I get very overwhelmed with open world games. It's nothing to do with the game. It could be a wonderful game, but if it's open world, I will get so overwhelmed. I'll just be like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna stop. I just shut down.
Just don't go for all the Korok seeds, and you're good to go.
Oh, is that what's really tough?
No, it's just one of those things. It'll take
there's hundreds and hundreds of them, right?
What? Okay, no, thank you.
Yeah, there's so many. But you're playing Halo Infinite, right?
Stella? I am. Yeah.
I guess that's not too open for you.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. I think it's perfectly balanced in terms of an open world. It's not too much where it's not like Far Cry, right? Where you just get constantly sidetracked. Which, by the way, I played a little bit. I got off the starting island, and then I got this awesome cougar pet, and then I was like, okay, cool, I'm just playing for her. And then after that, I was like, I'm bored. I'm gonna go play something else. So, yeah, I think as long as open worlds aren't constantly distracting you from the main quest, I think that's great. But again, for me, I just get very overwhelmed very quickly. So
I'm actually going to say don't play Breath of the Wild then, because that's the whole point
Really?
of it.
Oh, no.
You're just constantly on your way to something, and then like something pops out of the ground, and you're like, well, there we go.
But you should play Breath of the Wild.
You should.
it looks really fun. I love all the creativity you can get with combat, like being able to just bonk someone over the head with like a sheet of metal or something. I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
All right, well, that just about wraps us up for IGN's Game Awards countdown show. The awards will start in just any moment. Well, their own pre-show. You can watch the whole thing right here, but be sure to stick around after the whole show because we will be back with an entire post-show dedicated to recapping all the biggest reveals and surprises. And now, it is time for the Game Awards. Enjoy, and we will see you on the flip side.
To hype you up for gaming's biggest night. We are live streaming around the real world and in the virtual world, thanks to Horizon Venues with Oculus. Our main show starts soon and includes massive musical performances, some of the biggest talent and AAA titles, like Suicide Squad, The Matrix Awakens, and Destiny 2. But if there's one thing this community knows, it's that you don't have to hail from a giant studio to make your mark in gaming. So let's start off strong with our first world premiere, an indie action adventure that is as charming as its hero is cunning. This is Tunic. And now it's time for the very first award of the evening, and I really can't think of a better one to start us off, Games for Impact. This category highlights the very best of what gaming can be. Thought-provoking stories that challenge the player on more than just skill, exploring all the corners of the human condition. These are the games that remind us, in a medium where you can be anything, be good, or at least chaotic neutral. Here are the nominees of the Games for Impact Award. And the Game Award for Games for Impact goes to Life is Strange: True Colors.
Thank you so much. I can't believe we won. As devs, we work on games for years at a time before we share with the world, and by the time we do, the world's often different from when we started the adventure. That's never been more true for me than with Life is Strange: True Colors. It's not just about finishing a game in quarantine. Who could have predicted what kind of an impact a game about human connection would make in 2021? So from everyone at Deck 9 and our partners at Square Enix, thank you so much.
Congratulations. Now, before we take a quick break, I have to tell you about Luna, Amazon's cloud gaming service that turns your TV into a gaming console. Now, if you haven't heard of Amazon, they're a little indie development studio. I'm kidding. Anyway, now for a limited time, the Fire TV gaming bundle is $40 off. The bundle includes a Fire TV Stick 4K Max and Luna controller, a high-performance controller built for Luna. Get it now at Amazon.com/gaming bundle. We'll be right back with more Game Awards pre-show after this.
Hey Game Awards, I'm Nate Hill. Hey, I'm Ariel Powers, and we'll be watching the Game Awards streaming to you on Verizon's 5G network.
Yeah, come check it out. We're going to party hardy until we can't hardly party. And there's going to be some surprise guests along the way.
I think one of their names is Jack Harlow, yeah?
I think one is Jack Harlow.
Yeah, Jack Harlow.
So yeah, come by at 5 p.m. Pacific, and we'll be on twitch.tv/NATO.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
Ragnarok is here, and it will take the full might of your tribe to turn the tide for Midgard. Yes, even them. You are Einherjar, chosen by the gods for this very moment, to cut this giant problem down to size. No pressure.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are so happy to have you with us, whether you're in person or watching the stream. We've polled Reddit's r/gaming community to see what their pick is for 2021's Game of the Year, and the winner is Resident Evil Village. And if you're on TikTok, use the hashtag Game Night to celebrate the Game Awards. We are getting closer to the big show, and people are showing up early because the early birds get the worm, and they know better than to miss out on 3 of the biggest world premieres in gaming that we are about to see. Roll the thing.
KOF 15.
草薙ね、別人にしてもうた。てめえの面見てっとイライラしてくるぜ。
Welcome to KOF, the world's premier martial arts festival. The King of Fighters 15! Get ready for a fight!
I remember the Kartoba, an island in a dune sea. I I remember the guide stone, the diamond shoals, the sisters of Valcora spinning 100 billion stars, the song of the core. I remember opening the gates. Was it so long ago? No, not so long. But not long enough.
And now I have the honor of announcing the winners for 4 esports categories. For Best Esports Athlete, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to Simple. Congratulations. And now here are your nominees for Best Esports Team. And the Game Award goes to Nadis Vincier. Congratulations, Navi. For Best Esports Coach, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to Coma. Congratulations, Coma. And for Best Esports Event, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to 2021 League of Legends World Championship. Congratulations, League of Legends World Championship, and congratulations to all the winners. And now we have 3 more world premieres in a row ready for you, spanning all different genres and niches. Niches. And to start us off, rising from the ashes to take their rightful place as gaming royalty once again, Telltale Games is back and better than ever, and I cannot wait for you to see.
I've heard stories about you. I know you've been a rock hopper, so you survived the crushing black of space. You work the docks on Ceres, so you don't put up with any bullshit. You were Dawes' attack dog, so you don't have any problems killing inners or belters who disagree with the OPA. I've heard quite a bit about you, Kamina Drummer. It's hard to tell if it's all true, though.
Truth is truth. How you deal with it is up to you, Boss Man.
Hi, I'm Kara G from Amazon's hit show, The Expanse, and I'm thrilled to be exploring this great character further. Check out the next issue of Game Informer to learn more about The Expanse, a Telltale series.
We all have our reasons for Babylon's tower to fall. But not everyone has the power to make it happen. You do. Your bond with the Gideon coffin gives you strength. Powers. Control. The only thing you can't do is go back. The tower awaits. It's time to ascend.
Free weekend. Play now. And coming soon.
Take the village! Conquer the Highlands! Scatter the Masons by destroying that tower! Defy the Iron Fist! Merry Shipmas!
I have something for you.
What's up, everybody? I am Ariel Powers, and I'm at the Game Awards. Let me take you on a tour. That's the stage right there, and this is the back of it. That's pretty much it. We'll be hanging out with myself and Nate Hill tonight on his Twitch channel. Make sure you come through. It's going to be all over Verizon's 5G network. It's going to be insane. We have some special guests for you, so make sure you tune in and hang out with us. See you there.
And now, guess what I have? 2 more world premieres for you, coming in steaming hot, fresh from the oven. Let's take a look.
A creature wanders restlessly through the darkness. Silver light illuminates the land and the mountains, and with an entranced roar, it shows its true form.
Leave the beast to me. This is a royal matter. We shall be in port soon. This is our outpost, El Garden.
Hey y'all. You've been reckless with other people's hearts for so long, Jala. It was a matter of time before you wrecked your own. Morning, Ma. Wow, Jala. Hi, Auntie. You pissed off your exes so much, they organized against you.
Are we flirting? Or are we fighting?
Come closer and find out. Time to cook. That's acceptable. Coming soon. Patience.
Evil Dead the Game at the Game Awards. And tomorrow on Twitch's Winter Gathering, Jeff Keighley will chat with Bruce Campbell himself and Saber's Tim Willits about the game, which is coming out next year. And now we've got the world gameplay premiere of another Evil game, Evil West, which we also announced last year at the Game Awards. Let's take a look.
You know what kept me alive all these years? Upkeep, maintenance, vigilance. Of course, all that means nothing when Hell's Gate starts spewing shit everywhere. Whew, you didn't see that coming.
I don't know about you, but I am greedy for more content. Here's a new world premiere from Perfect Worlds.
Ah, good morning, Death. What a lovely day to be alive, wouldn't you say? Ready for another busy week in the afterlife? Oh my, busy may have been an understatement. Evidently, your sorrows have been working overtime. Oh my, really? Wow, that is truly unprofessional. Now, Death, we talked about this. Try not to lose your temper again. Maybe it's about time your subordinates showed you some respect. Well, you know what they say. If you want things done right, it's best to do them yourself.
Hey everybody, I'm Ariel Powers. The Game Award is coming up. We're watching and hosting a watch party together on Nate Hill's channel.
Yeah, we're going to be watching on twitch.tv/Nate Hill, and it's all powered by Verizon 5G. We're going to be spending the night with some of the biggest stars, and me and Ariel, so come by and check it out.
Come through. See you guys.
And now I have the pleasure of presenting the Game Award for Best Audio Design. When your medium relies so heavily on being successful in putting the player inside your story, audio design is everything. It's the ultimate hint system, an instant mood that either alerts the player to what's coming next or obscures it. It's basically playing God. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design. And the Game Award for Best Audio Design goes to Forza Horizon 5.
Thank you so much. Our audio team throughout the development of Forza Horizon 5 have just been so passionate about everything that they do. There's this relentless appetite to produce an audio experience of the absolute highest quality. This award, it really does mean the world to us. I'm going to say a few thanks if that's okay. So Fraser, Ruri, Mattia, Matt, and Rich, guys, you did it. This is for you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Forza Horizon 5. And now we have an incredible composer, Takeshi Furukawa, here to tell us more about his latest score. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, I'm Takeshi Furukawa. You might have heard my music. I am most known for my BAFTA-nominated score for The Last Guardian. Several years ago, I met with a new and exciting Swedish studio who shared with me their vision for a beautiful sci-fi story. The game centers around a heartfelt relationship between a young girl and an adorable creature. I instantly fell in love with the project and its stunning visuals. Here's a taste of the game with the original soundtrack I'm working on right now. I hope you enjoy it.
Here it is. I can't believe it. We are already here. We are down to our final world premiere of our pre-show. It is a special game announcement, something you did not see coming.
Hello, the Game Awards! I come bearing news! Ever wonder what happened after Persona 4 Golden? Now you can check out Persona 4 Arena Ultimax and find out! I can barely wait to show you how everybody's doing!
Round 1.
Persona 4 Arena Ultimax will be released for PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and Steam on March 17th. The Steam pre-order will be available very soon. Oh, how steamy!
Okay, everyone, it's time for me to hand it off to our main show. I hate to say goodbye, but I think I've earned a chance to chill out and have my mind blown with incredible awards and exciting artists, performances by Sting and Imagine Dragons, appearances by Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, Jim Carrey, Ben Schwartz, and yes, more world premieres coming up so soon for our main show. And I just want to say, I hope I didn't get too braggy about how many world premieres we had, but you know what? I'm not going to apologize, because when the best of game development and production has that much to share, I think we all win. And when it comes to the Game Awards, more is more, baby. Thank you all for getting stoked with me at the pre-show, and congratulations to the winners of our first awards of the night. And that's it for me. I'm Sydney Goodman. I'm going to go find my seat. The 2021 Game Awards starts now.
I am the monster you created. You ripped out all my parts. And worst of all, for me to live, I gotta kill the part of me that saw that I needed you more. I hope you know we had everything when you broke me and left these pieces. I want you to hurt like you hurt me today, and I want you to lose like I lose when I play what could have been. Fallen angel, you ripped out all my parts. I couldn't care what invention you made me, 'cause I was meant to be yours. What could have been?
Oh, you're not afraid of the future? With all of its unknowns.
Why don't we just go ahead and tell her that we're divorcing?
My daughter is not a weapon.
Take him away.
The fate of the free-thinking world is in your hands.
I know you've been meeting with her behind my back. It's not what you think, Mac.
I'm talking to you!
In life and in death.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Keep it right here.
You have to work on it. You can't just give up.
We're never getting out of here.
Let's see how special you are.
I had been doomed to a life of solitude.
Rule with strength, but understand suffering.
It will not be fine. It will be fantastico!
I guess it's my time to shine.
God gives victory to the lions. When I look into your eyes, I see lions.
Sorry, could you repeat that? After him!
Do you feel it?
Yes. You want to stay a team? Enjoy the beach. One revolution was enough.
I'm breaking this loop.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2021. Now, here's your host, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everybody! We're here! We made it! Hello, everyone. I'm Jeff Keighley, and this is the Game Awards, video games' biggest night, live in person. It's amazing. First of all, wasn't Sting phenomenal? So honored to have him open our show. That was What Could Have Been from Arcane, the new Netflix series based on League of Legends. Thank you so much, Sting, Ray Chen, and the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe. That was absolutely incredible. Thank you, guys. Well, I gotta say, it feels so incredible to be back here on stage at Microsoft Theater and streaming live to tens of millions of you around the world. This is a night for the fans. And, you know, the games we love are nothing without amazing developers. And that's why we do this show, to honor the creators of games. So welcome to all of you guys here today. So good to see everyone. But, you know, we got to be real, and we can't ignore the headlines that are out there. Game creators need to be supported by the companies that employ them. I think we all agree with that. So let me just say this before we get to any of the news or announcements or awards. We should not and will not tolerate any abuse, harassment, and predatory practices by anyone, including our online communities. We all love games, and if we want this industry to keep growing, we must build an even brighter and more inclusive future. The games we play, and when the games that we love, they teach us that we can impact the world around us. And tonight, I call on everyone to do their part to build a better, safer video game industry. Speak out online, vote with your time and with your dollars, empower these world builders who are creating the future of all entertainment. And believe me, the future you're about to see looks absolutely incredible. We got a lot of good stuff for you. We have so much news to get to. But now, to present tonight's first award, please welcome a nominee tonight and the star of Far Cry 6, the one and only Giancarlo Esposito! Independence allows a game to go a little bit more wild, become a bit stranger,
and the freedom to break boundaries. Tonight's radically creative nominees for Best Independent Game demonstrate excellence achieved through great risk. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game.
Best Independent Game.
Look, I know this sounds weird, but the day's repeating itself.
And the Game Award for Best Independent Game goes to Kena, Bridge of Spirits.
Kena Bridge of Spirits also wins Best Debut Indie Game.
Oh, it's heavy. Well, yeah, you know, it was an amazing journey to get here. Took a lot of hard work from an awesome team. A few of them are here today, but just can't say enough about the amazing people we worked with to make this game and to make the vision come true. Have to take our partners at Sony, who kind of believed in us from the very beginning, gave us a great opportunity, and all the guys at Epic who just have been there from the beginning. So thank you, everyone, and this is a great honor. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. All right, now it's time to look into the future. 2 years ago, this team announced their game on this very stage. Now they're back with the first gameplay reveal. When I saw this, I could not believe it was actual gameplay, but it is, captured by the team in-game this past weekend. Sit back and get ready to experience a new level of cinematic immersion.
And she said, "With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us." You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. Embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. He's here. That's my name. He can smell your fear. Listen. It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Smell their fear. He's here. Death is coming. Look at the bones. Death is coming. Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war, we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start.
Get ready.
Get ready. You can do this. First the iron, then the fire. Yes. Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Varric. Harold.
It's me it wants to kill.
Help me!
He's seen you. She's
I know you.
He needs you.
Truly incredible. That's not a cinematic, that's gameplay, and that's why we do world premieres, because the state of our art just keeps getting better. Thanks to Ninja Theory for that incredible piece. And now, it's time for our first of many brand new game announcements at the Game Awards. I hope you're ready. What a way to kick off our game announcement. Star Wars Eclipse will be the first game set in the High Republic era of the Star Wars galaxy, and it is being created by Quantic Dream in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games and is currently in early development. All right, there are many more game announcements to come, trust me, as well as awards. All night we are partnering with YouTube Shorts. If you have a favorite nominee tonight that doesn't win, let us know your thoughts by posting a YouTube short with the hashtag #GotShorted and head to the YouTube Gaming Twitter handle to find out how to get your very own salty consolation gift. All right, right now it's time to meet our first Global Gaming Citizen, a program we started back in 2018 to turn our air over to individuals who are building positive, inclusive communities around gaming. We're honored to share their stories.
I grew up playing games. Games was as a little kid, as a little gay boy, not knowing why I'm so different. Games gave me a place to feel safe and to be myself.
Foi uma espécie de escape. Quando eu encontrei os jogos, quando eu comecei a jogar, eu acabei criando ali o meu espaço, sabe? Criando ali o meu mundo.
It gave me a reference to be inspired, to build up all this drag, this insane costume, all this makeup, all this hair, but feel powerful. Because as a kid, I felt weak. I felt like the outsider.
Foi daí que eu conheci o serviço de streaming e eu senti muito essa necessidade de atribuir para minha comunidade coisas que eu não via, sabe? Essa visibilidade. Eu não me enxergava nas coisas que eu assistia. Eu como uma pessoa LGBT.
Now let's run to the exit. When you find people that have similar interests, you can be yourself. So close. You don't have to be worried about all these things that make you different. They can be what make you special.
Hi folks, Pete Hines here. Yeah, we've got some stuff on sale, but let's all take a breather while we give away hundreds of free game codes. This is our small way of saying thank you for playing our games for the past 35 years. And we're just getting started. From Ghostwire to Redfall to Starfield, and much more, including stuff that hasn't even leaked yet. So if you can't imagine doing anything other than developing and publishing games with us, we have a project that can use your talents. In fact, across Bethesda and all our studios, we're hiring. So consider this your invitation to join us. There's a lot of work to be done, and we're running out of platforms to port Skyrim to. And because it's not simple to give anything away for free these days, here's a bunch of legal text.
Is the foolish dream of mortals. But this world, this Arcadia, is more dangerous than you could ever imagine.
breathe. The Chaos Gates have burst open. The demon legions of Kazaros blot out the sun. Do not give in. There is still one chance to end this madness. Find the Ark before all is lost.
That was a new look at Lost Ark from Amazon Games coming in February. And speaking of Amazon, we're proud to partner with Prime Gaming on the Game Awards. This month, you can level up your gaming experience with free games, including Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Tales of Monkey Island, and Frostpunk. There's always something new to play every month. And for the games you already own, you can unlock skins, weapons, and more, including in League of Legends, New World, Apex Legends, and Roblox. Check regularly for new drops and surprises at gaming.amazon.com. Next, in the days leading into the Game Awards, I read the internet with a little bit of fear, wondering if some of tonight's big surprises might leak. This one sure didn't. It's time for a new game announcement that no one had on their bingo card. Enjoy.
My daughter, a new threat comes to our shores, and I must call you home. Restore what has been broken. Unite old enemies. Forge new bonds. You are a hero, but you can be more. You can be a leader. You are Wonder Woman.
They're the actors who portrayed Ellie and Abby in The Last of Us Part 2. Please welcome Ashley Johnson and Laura Bailey.
Every year, the Best Performance category brings surprising new faces and portrayals of wildly different characters. Tonight's nominated actors continue this tradition, once again stunning us with their extraordinary depth and dedication. Here are the nominees for Best Performance.
Best performance.
I've seen the truth about you. I've seen the worst parts of you.
To rebuild paradise, the cost will be blood. 8 geniuses who painted up a prison and named it freedom.
You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you?
Everybody chose to be here, Colt.
Don't hide your true self!
And the Game Award for Best Performance goes to Maggie Robertson.
Wow, that was the scariest walk I've ever done in my life. Thank you so much. It is an honor to receive this award, and it is an honor to be standing here in front of you all today. I would like to give a really huge thank you to Capcom for creating an amazing game full of wonderfully rich and dynamic characters, of which Lady D is but one. And to Rosanna and DJ with the Workhouse, to Steve Knieble, our amazing cinematics director. I've said this before, but I'm gonna say it again because I'm a broken record. You took a chance on me when you hired me for this role, and in doing so, you have changed my life. Being a part of this game, playing this role, and becoming a member of this amazing community has changed my life. So thank you so, so much.
We all come to a story with hopes and expectations, looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope, without ever finding the story. This is not the story you want it to be. This story will eat you alive. This story is a monster. And monsters wear many faces.
Gotcha! All right, I'm now joined by my man, Sam Lake. Sam, thank you for coming all the way over from Finland for this. This is so exciting. Alan Wake 2, it's been a decade. Fans have been asking you for it. Why is now the right time to bring him back?
Well, Jeff, first of all, I want to say apologies. It's been raining here in Los Angeles today. It's on us. Like fiction leaking out into reality, so sorry. Anyway, yeah, 10 years, over 10 years. Wanting to make this, dreaming of making it, we've been iterating on the concept, and we know fans have been asking for it. We've been a bit protective. We knew this is going to be a pretty scary experience. But now we are convinced everybody is ready. You are ready.
What kind of game are we going to get for the sequel? Can you tell us something about it?
Yeah, we are breaking new ground here. This is going to be Remedy's first ever survival horror game.
Ooh,
our take on the genre.
Yeah.
The first game had horror elements to it, but it was an action game.
Yeah.
And we feel that this is the perfect genre to bring together the story and gameplay closer than ever before. Because the story, horror story, is at the very heart of this, and it's psychological, layered, deep mystery to dive into.
You are such an incredible visionary. I can't wait to see what you're doing with this game. I know you said to me a while ago this was your dream project, and I'm so honored that we got to announce this here at the Game Awards. So we're going to hear more next year, I think, right?
Yes. Fitting to the theme,
yes.
We're going to go dark for a while to work on this. Yeah. We'll be back next year, summertime, to show more.
All right, summer 2022, more on Alan Wake 2. Sam, thank you so much for that announcement.
Thank you.
Very exciting. All right, well, now I'd like to welcome a comedian, writer, and a well-known chili dog enthusiast. It's Ben Schwartz.
How is everybody tonight? How is everybody tonight? How is everybody tonight? Everybody, my name is Ben Schwartz. I played the voice of Sonic the Hedgehog in the Sonic the Hedgehog movies. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting our movie. Also, thank you very much for the note about Sonic's legs and teeth in our original trailer. That note, for real, that's a good note. That's a good note. I'm really happy that worked out. We needed that. We really needed that. The good news is, so many of you loved our first movie that we got to make a sequel. And today, yes, video game movies, come on. Yes. Sure, 2 other people at the end. Today, I brought with me the trailer to that sequel. Yeah. I mean, this isn't like the real trailer. This is a blank DVD for effect. If this was the real trailer, I feel like we'd be screwed because there's no computer with a DVD drive anymore, so this would be like troublesome. Anyway, I can't tell you how excited we all are about Sonic 2. So many incredible people are in this movie. We got James Marsden, Tika Sumpter, Colleen O'Shaughnessy as Tails, Idris Elba as Knuckles, and of course, the legend Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik. Now, Jim has actually sent a very special video over to say hello to all of you, and you guys are in luck, because I have the video with me right here. Oh, a callback! I'm happy. Just kidding. This is blank still. Let's roll the video of Jim. What do you say?
Hello, everyone, and hello, Ben.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you, but I look forward to meeting all of your avatars in the metaverse, where we can really get to know each other. Hey, before you see this exciting new Sonic trailer, I'd like to pass on a word of advice that my Scottish grandfather gave to me when I was just a boy. He said, son, don't grate it in the grinder. Don't do it, son. Don't grate it in the grinder, boy. Grate it, by all means, grate it till the cows come home. But don't grate it in the grinder. And then to drive the point home, he put his hands around my neck and he squeezed real hard and he said, don't do it, son. Don't grate it in the grinder! Are you listening to me, boy? Are you listening?
Wow. Yeah. Inspiring words. Thank you, Jim. You know, I think we all needed to hear that. Yeah, take it in if you need to. Good? Great. Okay, here we go. Thank you again for continuing to support the Blue Blur, and it is my honor to present to you the trailer for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Enjoy.
Quick stretch, little snack, and here we go.
Sonic, I love that you want to help make a difference.
Mind if I drive?
But you're being reckless.
Don't worry, nobody's gonna get hurt.
Pretending to be Batman.
Blue Justice, trademark pending.
You're still just a kid.
Woohoo!
Trust me, there will come a moment when your powers will be needed. But you don't choose that moment. That moment chooses you.
I just got goosebumps. Wait a second, did you steal that from Oprah?
Papa's got a brand new stash.
Since I've been gone, I've discovered the source of ultimate power.
That sounds big. It's been on my vision board for years.
Hope I'm not too late.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Name's Tails.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Step 1, light taunting. Step 2, I have no idea. That wasn't too bad. Today's forecast calls for a 100% chance of adventure. Return to sender. Face it, you're never going to get my power.
Do I look like I need your power?
Where are my manners? Sonic, meet Knuckles.
So fun. All right. Next, one of your nominees tonight for most anticipated game is Horizon Forbidden West from Guerrilla Games. The team is hard at work back home in Amsterdam, finishing it up for a February release, but I'm grateful they put together this for the fans.
The land is dying. And the machines are out of control.
Wow, Game Awards Orchestra, thank you so much. I am so ready for this game. Thank you so much to Lauren and the orchestra, and in her first ever performance and trip to the United States, the beautiful Julie Elvin. Thank you so much, Julie. Well, speaking of music, last week you probably saw everyone posting their Spotify Wrapped on social media. My top artists of 2021, Rufus Du Sol, Sam Fender, and Dayglow. You can make your Spotify Wrapped now in the app, and stick around as we reveal for the first time the most listened to Spotify artists and songs on gaming consoles in 2021. Also on the music front, some of the music we've been playing tonight is from Sessions Diana. Sessions is Riot Games' project with music made to be safe to stream without fears of copyright issues. Check out sessions.riotgames.com to download the full album. And now it's time for a special and long-awaited announcement.
Cloud, let us defy destiny together.
I'm gonna drop plate number 7.
You're gonna do what?
What the?
This will be a memory to cherish for the rest of your lives.
What have you done?
They deserve what's coming to them.
Yeah, but I'm not your sister.
Now, let the hunt begin.
Surrender to the darkness. Embrace it.
This is just wrong.
Hundreds of games to choose from. PC, are you a player? Then do some. Download high quality PC games. Y'all better remember our name. What's your name? Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass for PC.
2021 Game Awards, Xbox Game Pass for PC, and you too. What do we think?
You know, it's so effortful.
I like that we animated. You're welcome.
Okay, I understand the impulse to do something big, but what do PC gamers actually want? Because I don't think it's that.
They love brand new PC games.
We have some great ones coming day one.
Okay.
Some of them haven't even been announced yet.
Okay, great. Marketing idea. What if Gata tweets out this list, more or less leaking it in a cool, hip way? I retweet it because I have so many more followers than him.
It's done.
What's done?
Tweet it. It's out there.
No, you didn't. I don't think you should have done that.
Proactivity ain't a crime, man.
We'll figure it might be.
When people think about Xbox Game Pass, they think about console. They don't know we're a PC gaming service.
Why not just call it PC Game Pass?
That's a great idea. Really good.
Okay, we're going with that.
Just like that, you're going to change the name of the whole thing because of Gata, who calls himself Gata.
It's a good name. All we gotta do is add some top-tier streamers to this to really land it.
Gata, yes. What about 100 Thieves?
Big fans.
That's 100 Thieves?
Where are the other 97?
I get it. That's funny.
Thank you, man. We'll take it from here, brother. We got cameos, we got ideas percolating, right? Next steps to me, or just talking about like how we bill you?
Wait, hold on. Are we really gonna make an ad for the Game Awards and you're not gonna rap in it at all?
I mean, if I could get away with that.
Game Pass has PC games. Yeah, we do. And we are at the TGAs.
Guess that's kind of like saying we're at the Game Awards.
Yeah. PC Game Pass.
Hello Game Awards, my name is Martin Foss Anderson, aka Mr. Savage. It's really bad if you're stressed before you're trying to play a game and trying to win it. If I was stressed after school, I just wouldn't be able to focus properly and it would just make everything 10 times harder. Together with Truth, I have an important message. Vaping nicotine can increase anxiety symptoms and stress levels. I think it's really important people know the truth about vaping nicotine.
Now, please welcome actor Simu Liu.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm here to present the Game Award for Best Action, I guess. And oh shoot, that's so sick. Sorry. So, you know, as a martial arts superhero myself, I know a little thing or two about action and oh snap, with the plasma sword. Sorry. Where was I? The prompter, right? Action is the best when it's kinetic and fast-paced and totally organic to the. No, you did not, Master Chief. No, you didn't. Sorry, guys. Look, you guys know that Halo just came out, right? And it's literally sitting in my living room while I gotta be here. So instead of actually playing Halo, I'm on stage presenting the Game Award for Best Action while watching streamers on Twitch. Seemed like a pretty reasonable compromise. Anyway, here are the nominees.
Best Action Game.
Night.
A revolution is not won by the fearless.
Is won by the feared.
Things have changed. Everything has changed.
Sorry. And the Game Award for Best Action Game goes to Returnal.
Wow, thank you. We are so happy to be here to accept the award for everyone who worked on Returnal. When I first joined Housemarque, I could tell Returnal was a really special game, and it was our amazing team that pulled it off and brought you the game that you played today. Thank you to the amazing team at Housemarque in Helsinki, Finland, our incredible co-dev partners who helped us build Returnal, our amazing partners at XDev, represented by Pedro, and everyone at PlayStation. We're so grateful we could build a game like Returnal. But biggest thanks, obviously, has to go to the players. Thank you for playing, and thank you for supporting Returnal. Wonderful.
can't be.
It is.
Just start at the beginning.
We landed on Mars. It looked wrong. Like we were in a dream.
And you boarded Savathun's ship. The wicked thing. The lure.
Yeah. We wanted to find her. Try to gain the upper hand. But she was baiting us.
What happened next?
My ghost brought me back. We kept going. She knew we would.
And that's when you saw the night.
I'll never forget it.
You refused to die.
Yeah, just like us.
You're absolutely sure it was light. Savathun's illusions can fool the senses.
No. I know what I saw. This is real.
What made you push forward?
We needed to know what that thing was. We couldn't stop.
What has she done?
Looks so good. Destiny 2: The Witch Queen, that is coming out in February. And everything you saw there is actually from the first mission of the game, which is so cool. And Bungie is celebrating their 30th anniversary this year, so congratulations to Bungie. And there's a lot of great stuff happening in Destiny 2 right now to celebrate 30 years of Bungie. All right, now it is time to get to another new game announcement. A few months ago, a Japanese game creator reached out to me and said, hey, I want to announce my next game at the Game Awards, and I'm so honored to have this opportunity to present this global announcement to all of you. Please enjoy. That's a fun one. It's clear Toyama-san has not abandoned his roots. Thank you again for that very special announcement. Speaking of just that, we have another brand new game to announce from a studio comprised of many industry veterans. Check this out.
since the day the portal network collapsed, stranding us in these realms, we have searched for a way home.
Lost and alone in the dangerous labyrinth of fantastical worlds. Welcome to the lands of Fae.
Every portal is a chance for salvation. Uniting the lost survivors. Or leading us deeper into this nightmare. Nightingale, our beacon of hope. But beyond our reach, as long as we stand together, our journey will unite us.
You, the Realm Walkers, are all that is left.
Love brand new IP, and joining me now is Aaron Flynn from Inflection Games. Aaron, you were on stage at the first Game Awards in 2014, accepting Game of the Year for Dragon Age, and now you've got a new studio, Inflection, up in Canada. What kind of game do we get here with Nightingale?
Oh, well, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so it's a survival crafting game, shared world idea, so we want to bring players together, solo experiences, cooperative experiences, lots of ability to go and explore these amazing, fantastical, magical realms we're going to give players, lots of ability to come together, cooperate, lots of opportunity for community building, that sort of thing.
Wow, it looks incredible. I said, I love, showed me this game a while ago. I was like, this looks so cool. We have to show this to people. And you're pretty far along. That's real gameplay footage, so people will play it next year?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So we're going to be in early access next year on PC only, and looking forward to inviting players in. If you want to see more, playnightingale.com.
Amazing. All right, well, thank you for that announcement. A nice surprise for the Game Awards. And tonight, we've got much more coming up, but we're also going to introduce you to our Game Awards second annual Future Class, a group of 50 individuals who represent the bright, bold, and inclusive future of our industry. You can see the full list at thegameawards.com tonight. We're also partnering with Google Play to have our Future Class mentor the next generation of women in gaming. Google Play's Change the Game aims to improve female representation in gaming. For the next 12 months, a selected group of teenagers will receive hands-on guidance from last year's Future Class as mentors. Right now, meet one of the new members of our Future Class.
Oh, hi. I'm DJ Knight, and I stream on Twitch.
Oh, they gotta hate me right now, and I love it. My focus is primarily joy. Everybody has the potential to be cynical about everything.
This game sucks. I hate it, and I hate everything that ever.
It's easy to do that. It's much more enjoyable to find the good. A lot of that started when I was in the military. Finding out that people shot rockets at your plane, it's a reminder that nothing is promised. Do you want to look back on your life into negativity or focus on the good?
Hello world, I'm Jaroslav Beck from Beat Games, and I'm thrilled to announce our new Music Pack collaboration. Lady Gaga Music Pack launches on Beat Saber tonight. See you all in multiplayer.
Don't let them see us, precious. They'll find us. They'll see us. filthy oxes. Kill them. No, we must hide. We can't let them get their nasty, filthy handses on our flesh.
Hi Game Awards, it's Ms. Tech. Final Fantasy XIV just released its latest expansion, Endwalker, and to celebrate, they're partnering with Grubhub on something really cool. Check out this piece I did with them and enjoy the rest of your show. All right, everyone, let's focus up. It's time to raid. All right, this is the tough part. Get ready to stack. Yes, we got it!
Woo! Pizza party! Seriously, where did you get the pizza?
Now when you order with Grubhub using code Endwalker, you get free delivery and unlock an exclusive pizza emote in Final Fantasy XIV.
That's so beautiful. I'm crying on my pepperoni.
We've all been there.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking, kill till I die. Hell's at my door, hell's at my door. Yeah, I'll take it all I can into the night and kill till I die.
Just like that, the soul is in a lot of bag. My future's in a body bag. It's working all on the bicycle. The reaper so close behind me. Its cold breath reminds me. The shadow that death won't find me. I'm a dead man before I die. Before I die, I'll take every soul I can into the night and kill till I die.
What's up, everybody? I am Ariel Powers. I'll be presenting the Best Mobile Game presented by Verizon. Afterwards, come join us for the Game Awards watch party on Nate Hill's Twitch channel. I'll see you soon.
Back in the summer of 2019, I visited this first-time developer at his studio in the United Kingdom. He told me his dream was to one day share his game with the world at the Game Awards. Well, that dream is about to come true. Enjoy. I cannot wait to play Somerville. Thanks to Chris Olsen and the team at Jumpship for that one. Next, we're going to head to the stage for a very special performance from a much-loved game studio.
Mugman, and Chalice make a deal. Mugman 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 and Chalice make a deal.
delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. One can eat their fill and still stay until the delicious last course. It's a delicious last course. Oh, that delicious last course. There's tarts, cakes, and pies, a dozen spoons, oh my, for that delicious last course.
Oh, Miss Chalice just wants to be just as real can be. With the Wonder Tart, she could then take heart. It's off to the bakery.
Chef's Hot Maker has a plan, the best tart maker in the land. If they're expedient with the ingredients, then he might just lend a hand. With that delicious last course, oh, the delicious last course. If there's a single meal to help make Chalice real, it's a delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. Searching a la carte to pick the Wonder Tart for the delicious last course. Using recipes to get necessities for the delicious last course. With a wink and a song, as long as nothing goes wrong. With the delicious last course. Yeah!
Looks like it's bon voyage to our old pals Cuphead, Bugman, and the lovely Miss Chalice. They're off on their next adventure, this time to the fabled DLC Island. What challenges await in this enchanted land? What better way to explore the island than with a leisurely climb into the mountains? Just remember to watch your step. Or perhaps the icy tundra is more to your liking. Don't forget to pack your mittens. Look out for the walloping winter whale. Next stop, the dramatic Western Plains under the watchful eye of Sheriff Winchester. Yee-haw! But what's this? Why, it's Chef Saltbaker with his famous cookies. He's the best baker in the land. His cookies are sure to put some pep in your step. Oh! And you'll need it. For there's a new challenge waiting around every corner on the amazing DLC Island.
We have a date, June 30th, 2022. So exciting, the delicious last course. All right, next up, earlier you saw the trailer for Sonic 2, the movie, and now it's time for the little blue guy to give you a glimpse at his next game, also coming in 2022.
TGA の皆さんこんにちは、小島秀夫です。今年もですね TGA に参加できなくてごめんなさい。来年は必ず出席させていただきます。僕の戦友であります、ギレルモ・デルトロ監督の最新作ナイトメア・アレイをご紹介します。どうぞ。
I got a little job for you. It's just temporary. The folks here, they don't make no never mind who you are or what you done.
Everything's gotta be new these days. Sensational.
Let the mirrors show you who you are.
What's your pitch, pal? You on the level?
I'd love to learn anything that you want to teach me. I can read a mark quick, find out what they want.
Folks will pay good money just to make themselves feel better. When a man believes his own lies and people get hurt, then you lie. You try to find your way out. I warned you, didn't I? There is no way out.
Wow, that was the best trailer I've seen since Death Stranding. Now, on to awards business. I am honored to be announcing the Best Art Direction category. These nominees, across a broad variety of budgets and genres, each found their own path to combining visual design, music, and animation into their own distinct expression of intent and purpose. One franchise I love the art direction in, Silent Hill. I hope we get a new one of those. Anyhow, here are the nominees for Best Art Direction.
Best Art Direction.
And the Game Award for Best Art Direction goes to Deathloop.
Super weird because last night I made the bet that Guillermo del Toro will be giving this award, so this is awkward. I will stick to my speech. So thank you, Guillermo, wherever you are. Thanks to the Game Awards. I now have a flashback of when I was studying the 60s era by watching his movie, The Shape of Water, scrutinizing the sets, the colors, the lighting. So thanks for your indirect participation, Guillermo. Also, thank you for rewarding our risk-taking, our passion for visual expression, our level of craftsmanship, and our attention to details that our players seem to really appreciate, isn't it? Tonight, I'm proud, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the guys across the ocean at Arkane are really proud too. Thanks to them for this fucking cool adventure. Thanks to my long-time art buddies, Damien and Jean-Luc. Dinga Bakaba, well, thanks you, bro. We did it. Thanks to the great people at Bethesda, Sony, and Microsoft. A big hug for our families and friends. And lastly, I'd like to dedicate this award to the boss, Robert Altman. Peace, amour, and French fries. Yes, I lost a bet last night also.
Congratulations to all the winners so far, and right now we are excited to announce additional winners tonight. In the 100% fan-voted Player's Voice category, here are the final 5 nominees, as voted on by fans. And the Game Award goes to Halo Infinite. Congratulations. For Best RPG, the nominees are... And the Game Award goes to Tales of Arise. for Best Score and Music. Those nominees are, and the Game Award goes to, Nier Replicant. Next up is Content Creator of the Year. But first, let's hear from fans and creators themselves on who they want to win.
For Creator of the Year, I want Dream to win. Good luck, Dream.
It's all about the beard, people. You gotta vote for Ebi.
Hi, my name is Emily. I would like to nominate Fuslie for Creator of the Year.
Well, let's see who was right. Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year. And the Game Award goes to Dream. Congratulations, Dream. Of course, not here in person. Here are the nominees for Best Multiplayer Game. And the Game Award goes to It Takes Two. Joseph, you did it! I learned to keep microphones away from him. Congrats. And now to present the Best Mobile Game, please welcome WNBA player and Team Liquid streamer, Aerial Powers.
Thanks, Jeff. Here are the nominees for Best Mobile Game presented by Verizon. And the Game Award goes to Genshin Impact. Stay right here. We've got more Game Awards coming up after this.
What's good, Chicago? What's the deal, B? This is Khalif Adams here in full effect, rocking with y'all of the Spawn Me podcast, the premier podcast spotlighting people of color in the video game industry.
I think when you have those really seminal moments within culture and within the world where you see something that throws you, you just don't know what to do. You feel confused, you feel upset, you feel hurt. But the thing that I can do and put out into the world is a show. I know that things right now are very, very difficult. I know that things are all over the place in lots of different ways.
It's scary, man. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It is scary to be black in this country today.
I'm a black mom, so I'm scared.
A lot of people in gaming communities just don't want to hear it.
And we sat down for about 2 hours or so, just kind of ran through our feelings and emotions.
Because it's all, I don't want to bring politics. Well, I'm f***ing glad that you can ignore this shit because it's quote unquote politics when this is a lot of people's reality.
So the show goes up, it launches. So I would see all these tweets. Hey, you need to listen to this. Hey, you need to check this out. Hey, you need to be paying attention to this. And then one of the big outlets caught it. And then it just moved.
Let's just speak the 100% truth. It is not.
I'd always wanted to use my voice in a way that felt powerful. Really bring home the conversation about doing a show through a prism of blackness. I think we did the job in a really good way. And I think the world and the industry was better for it.
With Amazon Luna, I can play all my favorite games straight from the cloud.
That's right. I can play on my Fire TV, tablet, and phone. Yo, Brandon, what's that game you keep talking about?
Which one? The lineup looks awesome. Yakuza Like a Dragon, Devil May Cry 5, Judgment, Rainbow Six Extraction. I can play any game without waiting for long downloads.
There are so many great games. Luna Couch, anyone?
I'm in. Feels like I'm on your couch.
Let's go.
Number one trending? Yeah.
Blessed Sigma, the world drowns in corruption. Your empire is aflame with heresy. The faithful perish, and the wicked multiply. Blessed Sigma, lend me your strength. Grant me the will to purge the corrupt, to smite the heretic, to bring hope when hope is lost. By the comet and the hammer, I pledge to the coming battle. I vow not to waver and never retreat. To stand tall against the flames of perdition. To drive back the shadow of chaos with your holy light.
Finished praying, have you?
Where is your patience, Master Dwarf? Have I ever let you down? Victory favors the faithful. Let us teach them fear. For Sigma and the Empire!
She's an actor who stars in The Mandalorian and the upcoming series The Book of Boba Fett. Please welcome Ming-Na Wen.
A gaming narrative is more than a collection of cutscenes. It represents our own involvement with the story and its characters. To be nominated for the Best Narrative Award, a great game demands provocative dialogue and a captivating plot. But above all, it must exhibit a meaningful involvement with the audience. And also, just speaking as the mother of a son who loves gaming, it's nice when there's more to the story than just blowing up grenade factories and shouting obscenities at your alligator brides. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best Narrative.
Every loop I'm learning a little more, piecing together the puzzle.
It was a spell, I am telling you.
If it is a spell, how do we break it?
I need to find out exactly what happened that night.
I can reveal their secrets.
You have proven yourselves unworthy, and you must be destroyed!
My name is Raz, and today is my first day on the job.
And the Game Award for Best Narrative goes to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
That was a surprise. There are so many people responsible for making this such a wonderful thing. I want to thank Marvel Game Studios for trusting us with their characters and for allowing us to make them our own, for our fabulous cast, for bringing them to life in ways that words on a page can never do. For Olivier, our producer, Hubert, JF, my game director, the entire crew who worked on it, and of course, my wonderfully wild, wacky, immensely talented writers. Thank you for making comedy look easy. Thank you for not complaining too often when I pushed you to remember our main themes of grief and to go deeper. Who am I kidding? I know you complained, but thank you for not doing it to me. Thank you, everyone. This is an honor.
What a beautiful game. All right, now we have something very special, the gameplay world premiere trailer for Rocksteady's newest title, Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League. We've all been waiting anxiously for them to give us a first look at...
Kaylee! What the hell do you think you're doing? Huh? That footage is strictly classified. My name is Director Amanda Waller. And since the Game Awards doesn't care about disclosing classified intel, listen up. Whatever you've heard about Task Force X, the state of the Justice League, or Superman rampaging through the streets of Metropolis, you better not say a word ever to anyone. Because if you do, believe you me, I'll hear about it. You've all been warned. Waller out.
She gone? She's gone. Good. All right. Well, I think we've waited long enough to see Rocksteady's new game. This is going to be worth the risk. You guys want to do it? Let's all watch this together.
When I think of the Justice League, I think of Wonder Woman, Superman, Green Lantern. You don't want to mess with that lot. But you, Barry, you're just the team mascot, aren't you, mate? The loser of the league, folks. The fastest man alive. It's the Flash.
Flash is alive, and he's playing for Team Brainiac.
I gave you orders. Kill the Flash. Or I'll kill you myself.
Cool, cool.
Showtime! Coming out swinging! Nothing can stop me!
Punching it!
I'm a speed demon!
Did you get him? Really? Why don't you just mail me the bullet? I'm the eye in the sky. Taking point beam shot.
Pulverize!
Who else needs a bastion?
Oh, yeah.
game Forspoken. Here are the performers Ella Balinska and Pollyanna McIntosh.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here with them. You may have met the character I portray in Forspoken, Frey Holland. I am so excited to be here to announce a brand new trailer, and especially delighted tonight as we will be seeing Pollyanna's first portrayal of Tanta Prav for the very first time.
She is a ruthless adversary for Frey, and I hope players get into it, looking for a boss fight with this woman at some point.
I definitely hope that you're in a boss fight.
Thank you, Ella. That's so kind. Even if it is with Frey?
Especially if it's with Frey. And now, a world premiere trailer for Forspoken.
Who are you, child?
My name is Frey Holland. I do not know how I got here. And all I want is to go home.
She is hell's spawn. How else did she survive in the corruption?
The people are afraid. They look to me in the council for hope that we cannot give them. But maybe you can.
Wherever I go turns to shit. It's always been this way.
Athia's all but lost. Everything that corruption touches.
It breaks. Yeah. I saw it up close.
It is you who trespassed on my land. You who set this battle in motion.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Lies! She dies!
Company command! This is first platoon! We've lost the square! We can't hold it!
Joining me now is Tim Willits from Saber and the star of the game who will play Captain Titus, Clive Standen. Tim, what did we just see?
Well, I'm just so excited I can finally talk about this game. Yeah. You know, we are making Space Marine 2, a sequel to the iconic, Warhammer 40K game. And at Saber, we're using the experience that we have learned from games like Halo, Quake Champions, World War Z, to really bring this game to life, to make it the most intense action game ever. And we've got Clive as a Space Marine. It's awesome.
Clive, how does it feel to be in the game?
It's a dream, a pretty bleak and grim dream, but anyone who's ever seen any of the work I've done, I'm not scared of the darkness. No, I'm stoked and grateful to be a part of this. I used to play with and paint the Space Marines when I was a kid with my older brother, so the chance to play one of the most iconic characters in the Warhammer 40K universe is everything to me. So
it fits you. Looks good. So we're excited to see more of the game, and awesome for you guys to show the gameplay. Tim, Clive, thank you so much for joining us. And right now, here's a brand new look at Saints Row.
At what we do.
Should have left the party crashing to the experts.
Next step is to find people that can shoot guns.
Fuck you!
Let's bounce!
There's still plenty of show left, and why would you want to watch alone when you could watch with me and Aerial Powers?
Exactly.
Tune into our watch party to see a lot of exclusive interviews and industrial strength takes.
Trust me, you do not want to miss it.
But don't take our word for it. Come to twitch.tv/NateHill, powered by Verizon 5G, and come check it out.
See you soon.
Tornadoes are
makes them cheer. Was du Stali so schön hier.
Mechs are here.
Hey guys, FaZe Rug here, and I'm asking you to help me destroy 1 billion mechs for Able Gamers charity in the hit new game, Mech Arena. Join me and millions of players in 5-on-5 mech action for a chance to win insane prizes, raise money for a good cause, and get a shot at driving this real mech. Are you ready to battle? I'll see you in the arena.
Mech Arena.
What's one award? Is one award enough? Well, the gold medal. Was that enough? Nah. Is one title enough? Nope. What about one sponsor? No way. With every win, you only want more, because enough is never enough.
Welcome back. To present our next award, it's the man you just saw in that WD Black piece, and tonight you can get 10% off selected WD Black products to celebrate the Game Awards. Please welcome 7-time NBA All-Star and owner of Endemic, Paul George.
Good evening, everyone. I love action-adventure games for their versatility. 1 minute you're solving a puzzle, the next you're lining up headshots, and then suddenly you're being put on a hook by a vampire lady taller than me. This category is like a showcase of what it means to be a video game. Here are the nominees for Best Action-Adventure Game.
Best Action Adventure Game.
Guys, huddle up! You made it just in time for the miracle.
This shouldn't take too long. I've got eyes on the target.
Ratchet, the Dimensionator.
We thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin.
And the Game Award for Best Action-Adventure Game goes to Metroid Dread.
On behalf of the teams at Nintendo and Mercury Steam who worked on Metroid Dread, thank you so much for this award, and congratulations to all the other nominees. This is the action-adventure category, and Metroid Dread checks off both the action and the adventure box. It's filled with action-packed moments behind every door, around every corner, and on every level. And at the same time, it introduces us to a massive and mysterious new planet that players can explore and adventure through. It's the result of a true collaboration between Nintendo and Mercury Steam, and I have a few comments that the developers asked me to read on their behalf. We'd like to say a big thank you for this award from the development teams at Nintendo and Mercury Steam that worked so hard to bring all the Metroid fans around the world the experience that they were hoping for. It's been a dream come true to travel together in this dangerous yet marvelous journey to ZDR. We're so thankful for all the fans for enjoying Metroid Dread on Nintendo Switch. Thank you very much.
There it is. The biggest death trap in all history. And the Duke's headed into its jaws.
On Caladan, we ruled with air and sea power. Here, we must scrabble for desert power.
Move slowly.
and the day of your revenge will come.
This is your inheritance.
Speed is a device of Shaitan.
Thus, there will always be a desert on Arrakis.
Thing that
What is to become of you?
Baron Vladimir Harkonnen
If anything happens to me,
And tries to cover
Your enemy was overwhelming,
you'll not be a relic.
yet you ruled with him.
We Fremen have a saying. God created Arrakis to train the faithful.
Arrakis.
To hold Arrakis, you're faced with
Arrakis
Unique
is our enemy.
This is my
This
future.
is my
This is my honor.
This is my vengeance. This is my doom.
Please welcome two of the stars of the upcoming Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, Ashley Birch and Will Arnett.
Oh, what's up, baby girls? Thank you for having us. We are so excited to reveal a bit about the story in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Yeah. And are we talking about the Dragon Lord yet?
Yes, Will plays the Dragon Lord, the central villain within the Wonderlands.
Yes, but in a clever twist, I turn out to be the underdog hero of the entire realm, and it's really beautiful. And it's actually one of the main reasons that I took this role, so.
No.
What do you mean, no?
You play a necromantic overlord, and not the good kind.
Well, he's a job creator for millions of unemployed individuals.
He raises the dead, man.
Yeah, and he gives them stuff to do, okay? Some of them get to sail, some form a rock band. A lot of them, like, I don't know, stab things or something.
Do you really not know the story of the game that you're in?
Sure. No, you mean the whimsical adventure from the mind of a 13-year-old demolitions expert? Yeah. Who whimsically tries to blow up the heroes for 40 levels? Yeah, so if anyone is the central villain here, it's Tiny Tina.
All right, roll the damn trailer.
There is a world beyond the borderlands. A world forged by wonder and ruled by fate. There's one alone who can wield fate. One alone whose story is in their own hands. The Fate Maker. That's you. Heavy, right?
You seek passage. I can aid you.
I am Valentine, gallant adventurer. The scary stabby one is Fred.
The undead fall beneath our blades. Ah!
I'm sensing some real evil vibes this way. Now follow me.
A beautiful body indeed. And full of power. I'm invincible!
Looking bad. How do we win this?
We attack together for the queen!
You'll never get the Sword of Souls, you idiot! You want to fight? I'll give you a fight!
That's a big boy! That's a big, big boy!
Sisters, I believe we have found our champion.
Oh, listen to me, lip flapping while you could be off adventuring.
Tina, you left a cheese curl on the board.
Mayhaps it is a powerful ancient meteor, and it begins to rise from the ground.
This isn't a blessing! It's a blasting!
Hold on, what game are we playing here?
We're playing
Bunkers and Badasses, baby!
We need more calcium out here!
Last year, one indie game won multiple game awards, and now they're back in a totally new, unexpected way. Pretty fun. All right, tonight we have a very special K-pop performance. The South Korean developer Pearl Abyss wanted to thank you for the great response to their recent trailer for their upcoming open-world action-adventure game, Dokkaebi. So they created a music video working with the popular K-pop dance team 1 Million Dance Studio. Enjoy.
어쩐지 좋은 일이 생길 것만 같아 두근두근거려 새로운 널 만날 생각에 벌써부터 간질거리는 기분이야 널 찾아낼 거야 좀만 기다려봐 널 내게 보여봐 Show me your everything 도전은 환영해 Cause I'm a superstar I'm gonna burn it up Cause I'm a rockstar I'm a rockstar 세상이 뒤집어
All night, we are wrapping up 2021 with Spotify, and here for the first time are the top 3 male and female artists as listened to by you on gaming consoles in 2021. Top female artists, Doja Cat, Billie Eilish, and Ariana Grande. Top male, Juice WRLD, XXXTentacion, and Polo G. Later, we will reveal the most listened to Spotify songs. Now, a winner earlier tonight for Best Mobile Game. Here's a look at 2 new characters coming December 14th to Genshin Impact, and the first glimpse of the upcoming character, Yeon Jin.
The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Time to get the Yoni Kabuto out for some training. I'm the one who's supposed to be adored by the kids. Me!
Not if I have anything to say about it. To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Keep your weapon at the ready. You never know what's around the corner.
Fire hazard! Hold the line!
finish.
The king has gone insane.
He is a proponent of a theory called animal magnetism.
He's capable of anything.
This automat is a masterpiece. It could do much more than dance.
Angel of Death, descended from the heavens to vanquish the clockwork tyrant. You're just as they describe. These machines feed on the dead. The greater the massacre, the deeper the river where they slake their thirst.
What's up, everyone? This is Matt Hafey, lead guitar player and lead singer of the metal band Trivium. I'm also a streamer on Twitch. I'm stoked to announce that I'm in Metal Hellsinger, a rhythm-based shooter game. Make sure you check it out. We also have incredible metal screamers, singers like myself, like Alyssa from Arch Enemy, Randy from Lamb of God. Check it out, my friends. I will see you all in hell.
There was a soul. Had music inside. They called her the Unknown.
Welcome back, and that's right, starting in 2022, there's a new way to play your favorite mobile games on your PC through Google Play Games. Take games from your pocket to your desktop and seamlessly pick up where you left off. Google Play Games on PC is coming soon in 2022. Next, here's another brand new game announcement for the first time at the Game Awards.
I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere, see new worlds, look up at a sky no one's ever seen before.
It's been a dream of mine since before I can remember. So I would be honored to become a captain someday. We need to learn everything we can.
You're not gonna die. Not if I have anything to say about it.
This can't be right.
Time to impact 1 minute.
Jara, I need you to do the right thing.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
He's back again. Make some noise for Reggie.
Thank you, thank you. Wow. You know, Jeff said it earlier. Isn't it great to be back live and in person, back amongst friends? It's fantastic. This is a wonderful time of the year. The Game Awards. Our opportunity to celebrate the creators and the players. What is this, Jeff? 8th year? Something like that? So much, you know, we've witnessed so much over these past few years. The launch of next generation 8 and 9 consoles, the mobile revolution, streaming games, VR, AR, and quality free-to-play games. And this category represents another innovation in our industry. This is the award for Best Ongoing Game. It used to be that a game would ship, and that would be the game. But today's developers keep players coming back to their beloved titles again and again by delivering and creating exciting new content. Here are the 5 nominees who are engaging their audiences year after year.
Best Ongoing Game.
And the Game Award for the Best Ongoing Game goes to Final Fantasy.
Tonight, Final Fantasy XIV Online also wins Best Community Support.
This is quite the honor to win Best Ongoing Game. The category had so many amazing nominees that it's truly fortunate that we were able to win. There's an incredible team behind Final Fantasy XIV who pour their hearts into the work, bringing new and memorable stories and adventures to our fans, from A Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker and beyond. So a big thank you to Final Fantasy XIV team, and can't wait to see what's going on in the future. And honestly, the biggest thanks to our community. They've been our rock, and we're so happy that you continue to give us our support. Thank you so much.
Since the dawn of time, we have sought the glory of competition. But it wasn't always what you'd call friendly. As civilization evolved, so did the desire for battle and the drive to be the best. Cities grew, and soon everyone wanted a piece of the action. Some for power, some fame, but many just love the thrill of the fight. Even today. Oh, come on! Uh-oh.
That was Rumbleverse, coming next year from Iron Galaxy and Epic Games. And tomorrow, there's a first look gameplay event. Head to rumbleverse.com to sign up. Now, here's the world gameplay debut of a sequel to a Game Awards nominee from a few years ago, A Plague Tale: Requiem.
Under the wide and starry sky, dig the grave and let me lie.
Amicia, come!
Hugo, I'm right behind you!
Glad did I live, and gladly die, and I laid me down with a will.
Impossible.
This be the verse you grave for me.
Come on, you've seen worse than this.
Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from sea, and the hunter, home from the hill.
I don't know what's happening to me, Lucas. I feel my mind going. I know. Think of your brother. We have to carry on. Oh no. What have you done?
This year, we partnered with Grubhub to do something really cool to get your food delivered for the Game Awards. Order Grubhub using the code ENDWALKER during the show to get free delivery on all orders of $15 or more and an exclusive Final Fantasy 14 Eat Pizza emote for the game. I know you get some dinner. We got lots of shows still to go. This year, Techland celebrated its 30th anniversary, and next year, Dying Light 2 arrives after a long wait. We've got a new look right now at the game's story with this CG trailer.
Your feet in the air and your head on the ground.
Hurry up! Oh my god! Oh my god!
The island you once knew has flipped. Welcome to Chapter 3, where there are brand new places to explore and exciting new ways to experience Fortnite like never before. Start by earning Battle Pass XP beyond Battle Royale. It's all about playing your way to level up and unlock Battle Pass outfits, including Spider-Man. There's also new features to check out. Get around more quickly and evade enemy fire with new sliding and swinging. And even set up camps where you and your squad can heal and store items from match to match. Plus, there are new weapons and items to help win a victory royale and earn the ultimate prestige, the Victory Crown. Keep winning and keep the crown. Along with these features, the island is all new. Explore Sanctuary, hidden home of the Seven, and Spider-Man's home turf, the Daily Bugle, along with many more locations. And with the island's new weather conditions, anything can happen. In addition to all new gameplay, check out the Chapter 3 Season 1 Battle Pass that features Spider-Man, the Foundation, and more newcomers. So what are you waiting for? Drop into Chapter 3 and start exploring the new island, because you'll never know what you might find.
It's been a great year so far for Shark Mob on their first game, Blood Hunt. They just completed a successful early access, and I'm very excited for their full release next year. Blood Hunt will be out on PS5 and PC in spring 2022 and will be free to play. Back when I started the Game Awards in 2014, this band made a bet on me and the show, and few believed we could make the Game Awards a reality. 7 years later, Imagine Dragons is back at the Game Awards for a once-in-a-lifetime performance that celebrates 10 years of Supergiant Games and their first release, Bastion. Please welcome Imagine Dragons, featuring the composers and songwriters behind all of Supergiant's games, Darren Korb and Ashley Barrett.
I dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall.
Gonna build that city on a hill. Gonna build that city on a hill. One day those tears are gonna spill. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there before too long. Gonna build that wall until it's done. Gonna build that wall
house, my mind do run around with my ear up to the ground, searching to behold the stories that I told. My back was to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Hey! Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Words up on the wall. Is he praying for my phone? Laughter in the hall. The names that I've been called. I'll stack it in my mind. And I'm waiting for the time to show you what it's like to be worse fit in a mind. Tell you you're the greatest. But once you turn, they hate us. Ha! Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotion. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal to the floor. The enemy on my trail, my enemy unavailable. I'ma tell
Hasta luego.
They wanna fly on my trot to the top. I've been out of shape, thinking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock to cause catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Had I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic. Quarterback ain't talking second, pack it up on panic. Batter up, pull the batter, sit on matter, cause we just.
Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. Come on. They say pray away. I swear I'll never be the same, no way. They say pray away. I swear I'll never be the same. Look out for yourself.
Oh my God, that is so great. Thank you to Imagine Dragons, JID, and Ashley Barrett and Darren Korb. That's something you will only see at the Game Awards. Tonight, we partnered with Chevrolet to make the Game Awards live stream more accessible, including an audio descriptive stream, ASL stream with Deaf Gamers TV on Twitch, and closed captions. It's important. And now, to present the Innovation and Accessibility Award, please welcome Jacksepticeye and a member of our future class from 2020 and one of the judges who helped select the nominees for accessibility, the incredible Morgan Baker.
Thank you, Jeff. It's an honor to be here tonight. Games are for everyone. And this award recognizes the teams that are advancing gameplay, features, and technology to make sure games can be accessed and played by all.
It's incredible to see the effort developers put into prioritizing people who often go ignored, sharing their work with as many people as possible. And that's why we love being able to show our gratitude to those who go above and beyond each year, discovering new and creative methods to encourage inclusion. Here are the nominees.
Innovation and Accessibility, presented by Chevrolet.
In an update that will be coming shortly after launch, players will be able to enable a sign language interpreter.
Escort the blind girl 500 miles down a treacherous valley in the wake of an invading horde.
And the the Game Award for Innovation in Accessibility goes to Forza Horizon 5.
Tonight, Forza Horizon 5 also wins Best Sports/Racing Game.
Thank you. This award means so much to our team because everyone at Playground Games is really committed to accessibility, so much so that we made it one of our core pillars for Forza Horizon. Around the world, there are about 1 billion players who have some sort of disability that makes gaming a challenge for them. And I think it's great that us, as developers and as creators, can add in accessibility features and options and just open the magic of video games to more and more players. I'd like to thank a few people. I'd like to thank Alan Hartman, Matt Booty, Tara Volker, Ben Williams, and all of Team Xbox, as well as our accessibility champs, Tanya, Aaron, and Ryan. And with that, I guess I'll go because it's time to wrap it up. When everyone plays, we all win.
What a great sentiment. Such an important word. Congratulations, guys. All right, well, joining me now is Simon Viklund from 10 Chambers. Simon, back in 2017, we announced your studio and your first game, GTFO, right here at the Game Awards, and we're thrilled to have you back. I understand tonight you've got a special announcement for everyone?
Yes. It was a great opportunity to show off the game. Was it 4 years ago?
Yeah.
And
something's about to happen tonight, I think, right?
Yes, indeed. The thing is, it helped us reach the audience for our extreme co-op horror game.
Yes.
And we thought, what better way to announce 1.0?
Yeah.
We've been in early access now for 2 years. What better way to announce 1.0 than to come back to the Game Awards? So the surprise announcement is that GTFO is out now. This very minute, we release it right now.
Someone pressed the button.
Exactly. Back home in Sweden, someone's pressing a button right now.
Amazing.
And it's out now, and there's no better time to get into GTFO than right now, with 25% off, and we worked hard to make the game more accessible. More accessible, and yeah.
Well, let's take a look. We've got something brand new.
Let's take a look at the trailer. Yeah.
All right, 1.0 GTFO. Thanks so much, Simon. Check it out.
Wake us from our nightmares to make us new ones. A descent into a vast underground complex where every resource scavenged might give you one more chance. There's only one rule.
Let us just get in and get out.
Bring it what it wants. Or die. In the dark.
No sudden moves.
Where the monsters wait.
They're all over us!
Get it! Over here! I found it! Grab the item! Close the door! Close the door!
Why are we here? What terrible things do we do to deserve such hell? All we know is we'll have to work together, or we'll die together.
My name is Mike. I go by Mike the Quad, and I stream on Twitch. Let's go! I joined the military in 2008. When we came back, I was involved in a motorcycle accident, trying to figure out how to use a controller without having any hand function.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
That kind of sparked my advocacy. I wholeheartedly believe it kickstarts a patient's rehabilitation.
Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, wow. You pick your champions, they're glorious, and their shields, oh, they glisten like wet otters. But the bad guys, they're Lovecraftian, they're spooky, they're big. And then you go to battle, and it's like, then finally your foe is vanquished, and that satisfaction is such a primal feeling. Ooh.
Download Raid Shadow Legends. Get exclusive free bonus pack with TGA 2021 promo code.
Again. Now we must find the Prophet and kill him.
Will we finally hunt the Circle?
Yes. I'm done running. Time has come to strike.
We need help, not heroics. We protect humanity, whatever the cost.
This wasn't the mission.
The missions change. They always do.
We will meet on the battlefield.
You are not the future.
You have one bullet against an entire army. It's enough.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Halo Infinite launched yesterday, and I know I'm playing it this weekend, and I am excited to watch next year when Steven Spielberg's Amblin Television, Showtime, and 343 Industries bring the legendary Master Chief to life in the live-action Halo original series, streaming exclusively on Paramount+. Here is the world premiere first look trailer.
You're special. In fact, I'm counting on it. We're lost in the dark. But you give people hope. And I will always be with you. I see this as a new beginning.
Please welcome the Chief Creative Officer from Epic Games, Donald Mustard.
That was crazy. That was amazing. All right. So making games that are original, innovative, and really push the medium forward is not easy at all. It's the culmination of the work and the talent of hundreds and hundreds of people and countless hours. And it only happens when there's a clear, shared vision of what a game can be. These nominees for Best Game Direction represent what's possible when it all comes together.
Best Game Direction.
You have no idea what's out there.
Sure I do. Freedom.
Are you ready for the roller coaster ride of your life?
Let's go to ride!
Is anyone listening? It's Celine.
My name is Raz, and I'm the new intern.
This is the part where you lose.
Oh, so awesome. All right, and the award for Best Game Direction goes to Deathloop.
Yeah, so Deathloop is my first game as a game director, and it's also the first game that Sebastian and I are co-creative director for. And actually, I don't mean that as a brag. It was terrifying, terrifying for us, terrifying for the team. So yeah, I really want to thank the Arcane Lyon team for taking the leap of faith of giving their best work to to make this strange game that no one can sum up in 30 seconds actually work. And yeah, and also thank you to PlayStation. You believed in our vision. Thank you to our fans. And actually, I have a lot of people to thank, but not a lot of time. Can we make those 30 seconds loop? A couple of times?
For Fortnite.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll stop here, but just if you allow me a small last word for my family in French. So, Lilia, Aya, Papa, Maman, je vous aime très fort. Merci. Thank you very much.
Now it's time to take a look at some other award winners tonight. In the category of Best Esports Game, presented by Grubhub, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to League of Legends. Congratulations. For Family Game, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to It Takes Two. Here are the nominees for Best Fighting Game. And the Game Award goes to Guilty Gear Strive. Next, Best Sim Strategy Game. Here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to Age of Empires 4. Next, the nominees for Best VR AR Game. And the Game Award goes to Resident Evil 4 VR. And finally, your most anticipated game presented by Prime Gaming. Here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to Elden Ring for the second year in a row. All right, well, everyone, our next guest is a little shy. If anyone in the audience has any twin blades or winged spears, talking to you, Reggie. I'm going to ask that you please put those away for now. Let's bring him out here. He's a little shy, but look, everybody, it's my pot friend. Come on out, pot friend. Great to see you. You should put a bow tie on or something. Come on out, pot friend. Don't be shy. Looks like he's got a note or something. You got a note there, pot friend? Yeah, all right. Let's see. Let's see what this note says. Thanks, pot friend. Good evening. Please enjoy my gift. A new trailer for Elden Ring. I guess we've got another world premiere trailer. Thanks, buddy. Let's check it out.
It happened an age ago. But when I recall, I see it true. On a night of wintry fog, the rune of death was stolen. And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden. Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The shattering ensued, a war that wrought only darkness. The Elden Ring was broken. But by whom? And why? What could the demigods ever hope to win by warring? The Conqueror of the Stars, General Radahn. And the blade of Miquella, Melania the Seventh. These two were the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat. But there would be no victor. And so, we inhabit a fractured world, awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord. Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
Good. Just confirming the date, the same, February. Okay. Excellent. Good to see. Amazing. I can't wait to step deeper into the world of Elden Ring when it does come out in February. Tonight, we've teamed up with Spotify to reveal what you're listening to every day on gaming consoles as part of Spotify's Wrapped. So what were the most listened to songs in 2021 on gaming surfaces? Here are the top three. Rap Star by Polo G, Montero by Lil Nas X, and Mood by 24K Golden featuring Ian Dior. Congratulations, and make sure to make your Spotify Wrapped tonight. Stick around because coming up, Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss reveal The Matrix Awakens we debut a brand new Next Generation game, and the Game Awards Orchestra pays tribute to our Game of the Year nominees.
Well, well, well. Well, go ahead and break off, old-timer. You don't think I know Rule 1? You break off. I never break a Rule 2. Rule 2? Oh, you're one of them. I've got all day, baby. Break off? You know you want to. Never. Well, respect. Respect. But seriously, break off.
I fell into games and I lived and breathed them for so long. I just never knew that it could be a job that I could be good at. I'm Anissa Sanusi.
Now it's a boss fight. Hi.
And I'm a UI UX designer in video games.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Oh my God, it's actually been...
I was born and raised in Malaysia, but I came to the UK at age 19. If you're a minority working in video games, you kind of go through life feeling like you're an imposter. I think that's what made me wish I had somebody to talk to. So I decided to create my own mentorship program. Limit Break is aimed at underrepresented people working in the UK game industry.
Hi. I was wondering if you can help me out. Let's take stock. I feel like
People just really want to be connected and be a part of a community. I feel like anybody who wants to make video games should be able to make video games.
What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and I'm about to step into the Fear Truck to play some Resident Evil 4. I am terrified, but excited. That was a lot!
Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Boom, 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 boom. Shoot you right down. Bang, bang, bang. Right off your feet. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down. Bang, 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 bang. Knock you off of your feet.
Hey everyone, my name's Adam Thubo. My go-to is probably going to be It Takes Two.
Hi everybody, my pick is Psychonauts 2.
Gonna have to give it to Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. A pure joyride of fun from start to finish, and that's hard to beat.
That was a look at which Game of the Year nominees YouTube creators and fans want to see win later tonight. We'll find out if they are right when we present Game of the Year. Every year at the Game Awards, we try to find games that push the medium forward in new and unexpected ways. This game comes from Embark Studios in Sweden, a new team of veteran developers. Their first game brings together thrilling multiplayer PvE action, a next-generation physical sandbox, and incredible visuals to create a truly dynamic player experience. Here's the reveal, complete with real gameplay.
There is no way to hide. Kings, barons, queens. We give them different names, but they're all the same. Killing machines falling from the sky. This is our home. Our bastion of resistance. This is where the brave meets the bold. We will not die in the shadows. We will face our fears head on. Showtime.
Somebody's coming in hot.
Oh, it's on.
Does she love you better than I can?
Yeah, let's go.
Watch it. Scout ahead.
Right there. Shit. Too many of them. Fall back now. Look out.
Confirmed impact. Baron is on the ground.
You owe me one.
Perfect.
Let's do this. Come on,
New contact. Breaking orbit. Southern Rust Belt.
They will never stop coming.
Oxen screen. Calling for volunteers. Enlist. Resist.
That was incredible. And now we have two special guests joining us for a very special moment. Carrie-Anne, Keanu, welcome. I'm sure you guys recognize this iconic scene and moment, right?
Jeff, thank you. It's good to be here at the Game Awards, and yes, this is one of the scenes that made The Matrix feel so groundbreaking and perhaps inspired a few video games, too.
Impressive.
Thanks.
Can you still do that?
Absolutely not. But I can, in the Unreal Engine 5. I believe everyone here is expecting to see something new, so here's a never-before-seen look at The Matrix Resurrections, exclusively for the Game Awards 2021! Let's roll the clip.
Where are we? Tokyo. A moving portal makes it harder to track us. Seeker's the best of them.
Portal's clean. Reading no shadows.
I don't remember this.
We don't have to run to phone booths anymore either.
set and setting, right?
Oh, no.
It's all about set and setting.
After our first contact went so badly, we thought elements from your past might help ease you into the present.
Nothing comforts anxiety like a little nostalgia.
The Matrix Resurrections looks awesome, and we can't wait to watch it on December 22nd. But getting back to tonight's theme, which is the world of interactive entertainment, I have to say, Keanu, you've been in several great video games and immersive experiences. Did you ever think that one day a game could look as real as being in the Matrix?
Absolutely. I mean, we are reaching the point at which the line between the physical and virtual worlds are blurring.
And with interactive storytelling reaching stunning levels of fidelity, maybe it's fair to ask, what is a game? What is a movie?
Over 20 years ago, The Matrix pushed the boundaries of filmmaking and visual effects. We couldn't have imagined where the state of the art would be today with photorealistic digital humans in virtual sets.
To push the limits, once again, we decided to team up with Epic Games.
And now we are proud to bring you tonight's final world premiere at the Game Awards 2021! A glimpse of The Matrix Awakens, an Unreal Engine 5. Experience, experience, experience.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anderson. Like many of you, I work with computers. But computers are also mirrors, reflecting back who and what we are and the choices we make, the worlds we build. You still got it.
Like riding a bike, they say.
Oh yeah, it's playable. Everything you just saw is running in real time in Unreal Engine 5 on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. It is pretty mind-blowing, and now you can download and experience The Matrix Awakens for yourself for free right now in its entirety. It's available right now. Make sure to play it. It is mind-blowing. Epic is just taking things to another level. Play it tonight, please. As we look to the future of games with platforms like Unreal Engine 5, it's now time to celebrate the best games of this year. To present Game of the Year, please welcome last year's winner of Game of the Year and Best Game Direction from Naughty Dog, Neil Druckmann.
Thanks, Jeff. Man, it feels awesome to be back here together in person. Congratulations to everyone who managed to release a game this year. Perseverance, dedication, and passion are inspiring, and there's no shortage of that in this room. Now, performing music from each of tonight's Game of the Year nominees, once again, the Game Awards Orchestra. That was fantastic. A fitting way to honor the very best of the year. Let's hear it one more time for the Game Awards Orchestra. And finally, congratulations to all of tonight's nominees. All pretty incredible games. And the 2021 Game of the Year is It Takes Two.
Unreal, this thing. I was up on that stage 2017 saying fuck the Oscar, and now actually in a way the Oscars got fucked because the Game Awards is getting way better. So I know there are 30 seconds. I'm going to be extremely fast. So I want to thank my let me see my beautiful team for a fantastic work. Obviously without them I can't do anything. And also I want to say I want to give this award to my daughter, Mio, and my soon-to-come daughter, Zoe. It's so nice to have children. I'm surprised how much you love them. If you don't have children, go get them. I mean, this is the best thing that can happen. Thank you again. I'm really proud. I'm shaking. Look at me, man. This is like a big, big moment for me. And Neil, you're a big inspiration. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Josef Fares. So amazing. All right, what did you think of the winners tonight? Did your favorite game win? If not, post your thoughts with a YouTube short and let us know who got shorted tonight. Thank you again for watching the Game Awards. We'll see you next summer for Summer Game Fest. Such a pleasure that we got to do this in person. Thank you so much. Have a great holiday season. Good night, everybody.
Welcome to IGN's post show for the Game Awards. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield, and you just watched a jam-packed couple like 3.5 hours of awards, reveals, and huge surprises. It's time to break it all down and recap everything because there is quite a bit to discuss. Here to help me out with that are my friends and co-hosts, Stella Chung and Brian Altano. Are you guys still awake?
Yeah. We're here. We're in it. Yeah, we're live. We're ready. We're excited, right, Stella?
Yeah, I totally didn't do a couple of jumping jacks to wake up. Oh my God, what time is it?
Special shout out to Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards for allowing me to miss bedtime tonight. Mom had to do bedtime while I watched video game trailers. Man, there's so much to discuss. Where to begin? Where to begin from the announcements? How about, let's start with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. After a long time of waiting, we finally got to see gameplay of this game, which appears to be a little bit more Borderlands take on the Batman Arkham formula. Still, it sounds like you're excited.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. First of all, I love Harley Quinn, so obviously going to pick her. I think it looks great. Combat looks very fluid. I mean, obviously we didn't get to see lifetime gameplay, which is kind of unfortunate, but that's okay. They chose... I want to really commend their trailer editor. They did a great job at picking out the music, and the cuts were so perfect to the beat. Oh my God, love it. If that's what the music is going to be like in the game, I am absolutely excited. This game kind of emulates what I expect from the Suicide Squad. Like, it's dark, gritty, but also it's fun and lighthearted. I am very curious, though, about the storyline. It seems like this is going to be an entirely new storyline, unless there's something like this in the comics already, which there might be. But it looks like there's going to be a dark Justice League. Like, they're corrupted. I mean, we saw the Flash, and he had these weird, like, purple veins. And I was like, oh, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, I'm so excited. Everyone's interactions with each other seems really great, too. So, very excited.
they're lucky that like they're in a good spot that they're coming off of the goodwill from the most recent Suicide Squad movie, which was very much like, you know, course correction of the ship for the franchise, because this game has been in development so long that all we had was kind of the sour taste of the first one in our mouths, and now now we have a better one to reflect on. It's on HBO Max if you haven't seen it. It's a lot more fun. James Gunn did it. He had a blast with it, and so I think that this is sort of mimicking that more. It's also like everything we saw is in broad daylight, which is really fun. It's kind of moving away from that kind of very edgy, grim, dark comic book stuff that I think we've saw, which is great in the
Batman
Arkham
games, right?
In the Batman games, but you know, it's the sun never came out for Batman, and here it is in the Suicide Squad, which is great. And there's just giant robot tentacles everywhere, which could be a blast.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I mean, the environment looks so great though. Like it's this cyberpunk world, and I just want to explore more of it. Like it just looks so pretty, but in a really dark and dirty way.
I wonder what their excuse is going to be for everyone having to stay inside in this game. Because in all the Arkham games, it's always just like, it's Christmas. You don't go out on Christmas.
Oh,
city's on lockdown.
Yeah.
I mean, you see all the destruction happening. You're like, you know what, kids? Let's take playtime inside today.
I know. I would move personally. It's just not worth. Not worth
Leave
it.
a bad Yelp review.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The combat, there's lots of combat that we saw, but it seems to be against like minions, some sort of like creature or alien minions, and the Justice League heroes don't have minions. So
You
I
mean
don't
like
know.
the French squat yellow guys with the goggles, or
Not those minions.
not those?
Oh God.
they're-
like grunts or something.
I'm with you on that, Demon. I'm not wild about the art direction of the sort of generic henchmen,
Right.
The fodder, if you will. Hopefully, we get to see more of the big bads that you could fight in between hordes of purple claymation guys. Because I'm whatever on them right now.
But maybe Stella's onto something. Maybe it's actually Suicide Squad kill the Justice League in quotes, and it's some like, you know, bizarro dimension version of the Justice League that are evil or something, right?
Yeah, we never know. I'm excited for the storyline. I mean, it looks really cool. It could be mind control. Who knows?
This will be one of those games where like I'm like half into it, and then Stella posts some like gameplay clip on Twitter where she's just like dominating 500 people in it. I'm like, okay, I get it. Let's go.
Aw, what a nice compliment.
No, you're terrifyingly good at video games. I'm actually scared to run into you in like Halo or something because it would be embarrassing.
And I'll just yell at you. It's
I don't
okay.
need my name out there like that.
Well, Suicide Squad was not the only DC game at the Game Awards tonight. There was another one that was a surprise, I believe, and that's Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
A Wonder Woman game from Monolith, the team behind Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, and Shadow of War. That could be really cool. I can just sort of envision what that might look like, because in the Shadow of games, you are, well, some guy. I don't really remember anything about him or what his deal was. But in the combat, you're
Troy
like
Baker.
Yeah, you are Troy Baker. Just taking on hordes of orcs. It's very, it's very like kinetic, agile combat system. So I can totally see Wonder Woman, flipping around and just knocking out hordes of bad guys. I think this is like a really cool and nice surprise. Stella, what'd you think about this one?
I want more information, but she looks really cool. Her uniform looks amazing. I'm so happy. I have yet to watch the Wonder Woman films because I think they were in theater, and I was like, I'm not going to go out for that yet. But I'm very excited because I've always loved her story. I always loved how strong she is, and I absolutely adore Wonder Woman. So I'm very excited to see what we see more of from this. But see, now we're suffering from like a lack of content. Like, Brian, we were worried about seeing too much of like one particular game, and now I'm just like, the one game that I want to see more on, they just leave like, it's just her outfit. I'm like, man,
I have great news for you, Stella, because in traditional video game fashion, you can find more information on Wonder Woman in the YouTube description for the trailer they uploaded, which announces that this is a single player game.
What? Really?
Yeah, about like two like warring worlds or dimensions or something like that. And so very odd. Like we got this reveal, we got this logo, we got like some character shots, sort of close-ups of armor. But in terms of like a video game protagonist, Wonder Woman's awesome because she's got a lasso. She's like great for close combat. She can fight in the air and hop all over the place. She has a weird deep history, so she can have flashback levels from hundreds of years ago if she wants to. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff to play with here. The last Wonder Woman movie wasn't wild about it. You can probably skip that one, Stella. But ultimately, I think this is a really cool character, and this is awesome to get more single player comic book games. You know,
and she has an invisible airplane.
That's
right.
nuts.
Can't wait.
Super easy to draw that in a video game too.
I mean, yeah, you don't even have to just put in the physics, and you don't even have to draw the plane.
Nobody has to crunch for that. You just pretend it's up there. Just show the sky.
How do you remember where you parked it though?
Game development tips.
You have an app that tells you where.
Oh, okay. Find my plane.
Now, one thing that we know about Brian Altano is that he likes Star Wars.
Right.
A new Star Wars game was announced tonight.
Yeah.
Star Wars Eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Set during the High Republic. The first game set during the High Republic.
Hold on, Brian. Why are you saying like that? Wait a minute. What?
Well. So I mean, first of all, this is kind of a minefield. I'm excited for new Star Wars. I trust in Lucasfilm and bringing this franchise to new developers and stuff like that. This franchise was stuck in an EA-shaped box for 10 full years, and they managed to produce some really amazing stuff out of it in very small quantities. Like, I actually really like the Battlefront games. I love Fallen Order. I'm excited for what Respawn does with that series next. I think that's the exact direction I want to go. I love the art direction in this trailer right here. I don't really think that, like, I don't know if I can fully believe in a Quantic Dreams Star Wars game. There's also a lot of controversy around that studio right now, and so like there's a lot of like ifs floating around this one that are going to have to really land in the right places for me to feel comfortable supporting a game like this, and also for me to even hope for it to be good, because I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of their games, and I'm not a big fan of a lot of the controversy around going with the studio for the last few years. So I'll leave it at that.
Quantic Dream makes a specific kind of game, and it's not necessarily like a type of game that I enjoy.
Yeah, same.
So, but I don't know. I mean, I'll keep an open mind. I think, in their trailer, the CGI work is great. There's a lot of like photorealistic shots in here, and it's cool to see like new types of aliens in Star Wars that we haven't seen before. So I don't know. Stella, have you played like Detroit Become Human or Heavy Rain, or what's the Beyond one? Beyond Two Souls.
Yeah, that was my first Quantic Dream game, and I did cry at the ending of it. I thought it was pretty good. The story was very weird starting out, and I wasn't sure if I liked it or not, because it took me a really long time to feel connected to Jodie, who was the main character. Detroit Become Human was a little bit more interesting to me just because of the interpersonal relationships and conflict that you came across, and I really liked that. I just, anything that's narrative based, I really love story based games. I'm not just an FPS person. So I guess thinking about that, actually, a Star Wars game where people want to just be like Jedi or Sith, use lightsabers. If that kind of action is going to be gone and most of it is going to be in QuickTime events, that could be very interesting. I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking like, oh my God, story. Yeah, they're totally going to give us some good choices and stuff. But yeah, if I'm very curious to see if they're going to take any changes with how they usually make games. If they add more action, because I think that would be more appropriate for a Star Wars title.
Yeah, I mean, usually this is, I guess Quantic Dream usually makes their own original, games, and now they're working with Lucasfilm. So I don't know, maybe Lucasfilm will have more input, and they'll be able to sort of massage a little bit more action into their typical formula.
True.
I don't know. We'll wait and see. Ubisoft also has a Star Wars game, and I think it's interesting that this one got like fully announced and revealed before the Ubisoft one.
Right. I think that you'll probably slowly start to see the floodgates open on Star Wars games over the next few years. I imagine that these two studios aren't the only ones working on big ones, plus the ones that we know about already. So it's the exclusivity deal with EA is over, and the Rancor door is open, I guess. Let's see what sort of beasts run through.
Yeah.
Oh God. Hopefully, good
let's
ones.
see. All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're talking about all of the biggest and best award winners of the night. Stick with us. IGN's post-show Game Awards coverage will return.
IGN Live is presented by TikTok. You have to see it. And Razer Isker, the chair for perfect gaming form.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
I saw this in a dream. In 1999, The Matrix changed cinema and changed the way we see the world. Now, The Matrix is back online and set to challenge everything we think we know about the fabled franchise.
Mr. Anderson!
On December 18th, plug back in and join Garrett Watts, Teffy, and Max Scoville as they take you inside The Matrix Resurrections at the US premiere, live from the red carpet. We'll have interviews with the cast and crew and a closer look at the new film, only on IGN and Warner Brothers platforms. We'll see you there.
Competition brings out the best in all of us.
Well, mostly.
Oh, that's a controller break.
That's unfortunate.
Welcome to IGN Compete, where we bring you the stories behind the esports headlines.
Reigning world champions!
From the triumphs
Daryl takes the game
to the hardships
It's not happy.
to the miracle moments that will go down in history.
I just can't believe it!
It's crazy. It's all here.
On IGN Compete.
God, I'm in disbelief!
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to IGN's Game Awards post-show. I'm Damon Hatfield along with Stella Chung and Brian Altano, and we've been recapping all the biggest reveals of the night, but we should probably talk about the awards part of the Game Awards, considering they are actually in the title. Brian, we didn't get any Metroid news or reveals, but Metroid Dread did win Best Action Adventure.
Yeah, Nintendo in general was kind of quiet tonight. We got some sort of like sizzle reels of games that are available now for fans of all ages, I guess. But that was about it. But we did get a moment where Metroid Dread won Best Action Adventure. Doug Bowser took the stage to speak on behalf of the whole studio behind it. This was awesome. I really am just surprised and shocked and happy to see Metroid get love like this on a stage this big. Metroid's always been this weird franchise for Nintendo because they historically haven't really promoted it much. It hasn't sold a ton, and it's been sort of dormant and hiding for so long. And it's back again, and fans love the new ones, and it's getting the accolades it deserves. It's super cool to see. Just as like a long time old school Metroid fan, I got my girl Samus right here.
There she is.
Like, it's just really awesome to see. So it was a wonderful moment for the night. A lot of the awards were kind of all over the place for me, but anything where Samus can take to the stage and celebrate her victories against the horrible evil monsters and garbage space creatures that she shoots every single day, I'm in. I'm happy.
It's a very cool story for Metroid Dread, because like that game a long time ago. It was supposed to be the follow-up to, after Zero Mission and Fusion, supposed to be Metroid Dread. And I think the last time IGN wrote about it as like a new upcoming game was like 2005. And then the game just disappeared. It was like vaporware forever. Everyone assumed it had been completely abandoned. Surprise revealed it was back this year, and then ends up winning, Best Action Adventure Game.
Right?
So,
like, take that, cool. Duke Nukem, like 16 years in development, and it's back, and it wins awards. Beautiful.
It's pretty cool. And then for Game of the Year, for the top award, It Takes Two, the little game that could end up beating out, a lot of other heavy hitters. I know a lot of people, love this game, a cooperative game. Stella, are you surprised that it actually ended up, winning the biggest award of the night?
Honestly, yeah. I know that I said for me personally, like my personal top would be of all the games that I've played this year would be It Takes Two or Deathloop, and I honestly thought the toss up would be between Deathloop or Returnal.
Right.
And the fact that It Takes Two took the prize home tonight, I was like, oh, interesting. I mean, the gameplay was definitely a 10 for me, but I think the story was very, very weak, and the ending was a little bit. It was okay. I honestly felt like this game was a very like was the studio's show of like, hey, look at all these different things that we can do. Look at all this stuff that we can do as a game. Like not even just platforming, all the different like when you go through the squirrel cave part, it turns into a fighting game. So it seemed like a demo reel of all these things that the developers are capable of. So hearing that I got the game of the year, I'm very happy for them. I think it's a great game, but I think it's a little weird for me, but you know, happy for them.
It is a surprising sort of place to put that game. I'm glad it got its accolades, but I will say that, you know, this is a beautiful depiction of marriage or relationships or partnerships of any kind, where moment to moment they're either fun or frustrating. Sometimes it's a fighting game. Sometimes it's a 3D platformer, I guess. Like, and so I actually like I do think that the core story here of like a couple trying to reconcile the differences to save their marriage because of their kid is pretty beautiful. But it is surprising to see a game that is mandatory local co-op, or you know, you can also play online, I believe, win Game of the Year over all of these big, you know, huge AAA games and shooters and action adventure games and stuff like that. This is a surprise winner. It's kind of an underdog, but I think I'm glad to see it here, and I'm glad that Josef Fares, who created the game, was finally allowed to hold a microphone tonight. They kept him away all night, and he finally got it.
They cannot silence him any longer. Well, everyone, man, that just about wraps us up for tonight. Everyone, I know it's been a long night. Thank you to everyone that's stuck it out with us. I know there are about 20,000 people still watching us on YouTube right now, not counting the people that are watching us on IGN.com. But the Game Awards, you know, even though it's a time investment, you know how long the Game Awards are? They're this long.
My God.
This is this like Peter Jackson extended cut length?
Yeah. This is when you're watching the extended.
It beat Endgame, which is 3 hours and 2 minutes.
The Jeff Keighley cut.
Oh,
the Keighley cut.
Yeah.
Release the Keighley cut.
No, please don't.
Don't you dare.
All right, well, that just about wraps us up for IGN's coverage of the Game Awards. Tonight was a lot of fun, and we had a fantastic time. I just want to thank my co-hosts, Stella and Brian, for joining me. If you want even more awards in your life, IGN is running our own annual End of the Year Awards right now, including the best games, movies, TV shows, and more for 2021. Our nominees are up now, and the winners will begin to be revealed on December 13th, leading up to December 17th, where we'll announce our Game of the Year, the real Game of the Year. So don't miss that.
Woo!
Until then, thanks for joining us tonight. And for all things video games, we will see you at IGN.
IGN Live is presented by Razer Isker, the chair for perfect gaming form, and TikTok. You have to see it.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
I saw this in a dream.
In 1999, The Matrix changed cinema and changed the way we see the world. Now, The Matrix is back online and set to challenge everything we think we know about the fabled franchise.
Mr. Anderson!
On December 18th, plug back in and join Garrett Watts, Teffy, and Max Scoville as they take you inside The Matrix Resurrections at the US premiere, live from the red carpet. We'll have interviews with the cast and crew and a closer look at the new film only on IGN and Warner Brothers platforms. We'll see you there.